Welcome, friends. I hope you guys are finding yourself feeling lucid, feeling present. Mad honey. Interesting. The mad honey. I'm assuming you mean like the psychedelic honey. That's pretty dope, I gotta say. Congratulations. I've been finding myself very drawn to doing some LSD. Yo, what's good? What's good, dog? Interesting. I know I saw a video about mad honey. You ever seen stuff melt on LSD? Yes, sir. Yes, I was about to say, actually, in response to the homie saying about mad honey. For whatever reason, I've actually been thinking a lot about purchasing some LSD. And it's probably been like 9 months since I've done LSD, truthfully, but I deeply love that stuff. LSD is beautiful. Yeah, I think I've read a thing that's like mad honey was very similar to like Amanita muscaria. Like, is like there was a video that was like talking about psychoactive compounds versus like psychedelic, and yeah, that's rad. It's cool to hear about that. Man, the craziest thing happened yesterday. Really beautiful, like very magical interaction. Just the hype, a small dose, barely. Word. You're probably gonna see stuff melt. I mean, I don't know. It's like, I think LSD is a very interesting compound, right? Where it's like, at small to moderate doses, it's just like a very, very like bubbly, sort of a classic psychedelic experience. It's very uplifting, maybe euphoric. It's serotogenic, right? Like you clearly feel like you're on a psychedelic compound when you're on LSD. But when you go to higher doses, that's where I haven't done much higher doses, and I honestly don't necessarily recommend doing higher doses of LSD because it's very much like full visual distortion. Full on everything becomes a visual hallucination in a very beautiful way. But yeah, LSD is it's not like mushrooms. It's a very clear, almost like synthetic type of experience, like psychedelic experience. It's very overt. It's very potent. Yeah, but the wildest thing happened yesterday. I was returning from my partner's house, going on the SkyTrain, and I ran into this one older fellow. Like I was playing my pan flute at the SkyTrain, and this one guy, really chill guy, comes up to me and starts expressing, how much he enjoys his pan flute, saying like he's really into music, really enjoyed the sound, and he was just asking me about it, which was cool because that was like the third person actually, random stranger that just approached me asking what my pan flute was and commenting on like music theory and asking me if it was chromatic or diatonic. But yeah, long story short, this gentleman was just chilling there. He's a dude that actually looked a lot like my dad, strangely. Like he almost looked identical, probably in the same age group. But this guy was telling me that he's been like a musician. He was a musician for many years. He's like a singer. And I guess he said he really just strayed away from music because he got a family and he's been like raising his family. But the dude was like incredibly interesting dude. And he said he just came from like a show or something. He just like had a few drinks. But anyways, long story short, we went off in this incredible conversation. It was almost like, the funny thing was, this is basically the takeaway, is we sat there on the SkyTrain probably for like 40 minutes, doing the entire length of the SkyTrain, and we started just talking about like music, about our influences, our perspective on music. And next thing I knew, we were basically just launching off into this very interesting conversation, because this dude, he seemed like a very kindred spirit. And it was literally almost like I was having a conversation like I would on these YouTube streams, but in person, in the real world, with a guy that was like maybe 20, 25 years older than me, but like clearly a very like, I'd say well-rounded, just intelligent musician. It was very nice, where I remember just like sitting there and being like, this is actually surreal to think of. This is like the same interaction that I'm having with many people on YouTube, but in the real world. And then like 20 minutes after you're talking, some random guy that was like maybe my age, he comes up to me and he's just like, oh bro, I overheard you guys talking. I love what you're talking about. I heard you have a YouTube channel. I'd love to follow it. And which was so random. And I was like, yeah, of course, dog. And I guess this guy seemed like he was also a musician. But anyways, all I was saying was I got this magical little glimpse into a window of doing like a similar YouTube realm, but it was like the same sort of interactions, talking about like music and sharing, good energy, talking about how important it is to have like authentic interactions, like be authentic with what you're communicating in your interactions, especially in the real world. Like that's what I was really, articulating. And as we were two random strangers that were just talking about music, talking about our influences. And suddenly after that, I felt like, we were friends. And this other fellow generally just came up to me and he followed my channel. Hope he chimes in one day. I'm sure he will. But shout out to Tony, and shout out to the other homie that popped on. It just excited me so much to see the raw enthusiasm for this vision that is my YouTube channel in the real world, to see these human beings that were literally perfectly embodying and resonating with what I feel is my core mission as a creator. And yeah, and I feel like I really love these guys' energy. Literally, two strangers randomly just resonated based on this vision of like music and connecting with people authentically through music. And it was just such a magical moment. I remember leaving this interaction thinking like, what in the actual world? Anyways, so that was surreal. I was like, wow, I got a taste of experiencing this kind of YouTube intention, stream realm, but in person with these two strangers that were honestly phenomenal human beings. So that was a very surreal experience. No visuals, just a sense, but it has a hype. Small doses barely. Yeah, I gotta say, yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Amanita muscaria, the mushroom that's like the Mario mushroom. I've read about it, I've done some research on it, and there's a lot of misconception about it. But apparently I have friends that, you dry Amanita muscaria and you do very small doses, and it apparently actually helps facilitate lucid dreams. Never done it myself, but I heard it can be stimulant-like. That's correct. If you're talking about LSD, yeah. LSD is like very energizing. Like if you do it, you probably won't sleep if you take it in the evening. I think LSD is it's actually a strong example of you want to prepare and plan out your psychedelic experience, more or less. Like you want to, make sure you're eating properly, eating healthy vitamins. You want to make sure you have a window of time. You want to make sure your set and setting, your mindset and your environment are quite complementary to a healthy psychedelic experience. Or else, if those factors aren't in play, the LSD experience will often turn for the worst. Or at least it can. I don't know. Yeah, brother, music is the connection, but even further, connection is the connection. Like genuine, authentic human beings, just like being present with each other, bonding over music naturally, bonding over a vision of trying to just like penetrate the programming. It's almost like what I'm simply emulating is to see in the real world people, matching eye contact, having these conversations in such a raw way. It made me realize not only this is the thing that most people are thinking about all the time. How to basically just experience the real world in its wholeness, how to penetrate the programming and see that there is a deeper way that is beyond what a lot of us are programmed to feel in these like phone oriented realms. And yes, music is the bridger of worlds. Music is the passenger, it's the bridge. People tend to hide their psychedelic experiences a lot. Maybe. Whistle is the ancient language we forgot. I agree with that. I agree with that so much, actually. The thing is, about the third time that I did Changa, a few years back, I found after I did the experience, I was in like this meditative state for about an hour, doing Qigong, moving my body, dancing and all this. And I found myself immediately do this interesting, like, I forget what it's called, but I think it's like a light language whistle, where it's just, someone just goes like, or just, I can't even do it successfully. It's basically you're whistling, but you're creating multiple different tones. And it's just like creating almost like a strange whistle that happens to just match various tones. If you're playing an instrument, it's just like, I can't really do it very well, but it's like a very interesting, almost like a very powerful way to create melody through whistling. But yeah, I would say people do tend to hide their psychedelic experiences if they're not in a safe environment where people are, open-minded, open-hearted. Because that's the thing is, yes, psychedelics literally just amplify your state of consciousness. It amplifies your receptivity. It's like an amplifier. So if you're around people that are like closed-minded, that are, holding on to like negative, harrowing sort of narratives, that's going to amplify that. You're going to feel that. You're going to sense that, in your being. But if you are around people that are beautiful, open-hearted people, that, genuinely have good intentions, they're open-minded, they honor the psychedelic, altered states, that is going to be magical, more or less. Like it's almost like psychedelics, they give you a very deep ability to receive and be perceptive to people's characters. So it's not that people necessarily desire to hide their psychedelic experiences, but they're often around people. If you're not around humans that are open-hearted and open-minded, that are like fellow, kindred spirits or psychonauts or, people that are on the path to open their mind, then you're going to want to hide it. You're going to want to you're going to want to pretend that you're not on a psychedelic, so you're not absorbing all this intense energy of what people are projecting. Yeah. That's intense. Yeah, I forgot that you're in Hungary. I know, I have a good friend. I think I told you, in high school. had some Hungarians that were like great friends of mine. They were from Budapest. And it was a friend of mine, his sister, and his friend. And yeah, they were very open about like everything's illegal. Like any psychedelic, weed, of course, mushrooms, psychedelic is like everything was like their system of culture of how they experienced substances was really weird. Like he was telling me something like basically weed and most psychedelics were like taboo, were just like illegal. No one did them, but everyone would just do speed, which I don't know. I don't really want to get flagged or whatever, but that's, you know, what speed is, if you know. It's like, which is just crazy. People's culture, like the party culture, was really different. And I think it's just a backwards mentality on, obviously, compounds. Mainly because I believe most people experience extreme euphoria on them. You can, yeah. I don't know, you can. I don't know if it's, see, that's the thing, is I don't say it's, psychedelics, like LSD, maybe more so, it can be euphoric, but it's not necessarily like immediate you're just euphoric, like if you were to identify what a euphoria is from an illicit compound, you know, like something like MDMA or I don't know, anything else. But no, LSD more of awakens a different, it's serotonergic, so you may feel good, but the reason why you often might feel a euphoric experience on a psychedelic like shrooms or mushrooms is mainly because it helps facilitate or mimic a spiritual experience. That is, your mind, it literally allows you to basically see into deeper truths that let you see something spiritual about the human experience. That in itself, I think, is more euphoric. It's like the realizations, the truth that you sit with, that again, it's, and this, Terence McKenna spoke of this openly. Like humans, on the deepest level, psychedelics, what we receive from it is, again, this facilitation of a spiritual experience. And the strange thing about that is that spiritual experience doesn't even necessarily need to be a euphoria or good. Sometimes it's very intense. It's like a ego shattering, you know, distress and confusion, because that's what your psyche on the deepest level needed. And then once you break through that, or you come to a deeper truth about yourself, or you step outside of yourself in a healthy way, then it can also translate into a deep feeling of peace and happiness. But it's like LSD, I'll be honest, it's yeah, it's not like an easy compound. It's definitely not a thing that just will go one way. It's like, wow, it's euphoric, everyone's happy and blissful and go lucky. It's like, it's a very intense psychedelic that if a person's very closed-minded and closed-hearted, it could reveal to them some of the most harrowing, most difficult things that they have to process, complex emotions, you know, suppressed emotions, things that just is so intense. But the fact that they get to feel that, process that, and be at present with that, that then can translate into a deeper seated feeling of peace that is long lasting. Again, though, I mean, I'm more of a advocate of shrooms. LSD, it's a very powerful compound that can, I've had extraordinary experiences, but I'm not a favorable of LSD over shrooms. I feel most people, yeah. Our mind is the only receiver we need to tune to the universe. Nikola Tesla, absolutely. Ecstasy never affected me because I believe I'm already tripping. Nice. That's a beautiful state to be. I mean, I think psychedelics, the core of what they're trying to teach us ultimately is, sort of what like Terence McKenna says, if you receive the message, you need to hang up the phone. Or you should hang up the phone. Is that we personally don't need psychedelics to get high, to experience these blissful altered states. We don't, fundamentally. Like, we as human beings have the capacity to access these without any of these compounds. But I mean, as an advocate of psychedelics, I personally feel a lot of us, unfortunately, we are very deeply programmed. So it's like we do benefit from penetrating the programming, just being, entering a different experience. I've only had positive experiences. I've definitely had both, but I've had a profound amount more positive experience than negative. Like I would say like 70, maybe 75, 75, 25. But that being said, I also have gone very deep within many compounds, that is shrooms particularly. But yeah. I don't know, I mean, I hate to break it to you, but if no one has ever shared a positive trip with you, then, I mean, for one, I'm a believer that most people should probably trip by themselves. Like, to trip around other people, that's up to you. It's a personal choice, but I think you got to be honest with yourself of, like, what energy you're needing to absorb, It's almost like the most profound thing is to sit with your own energy, and if it's, no one's had a positive experience with you, it's probably has to do with negative projections of both people. That is, your ability to discern who is of good character to trip with has fallen short, and your ability to judge your own character when entering a trip has also fallen short. Those two variables. Because, people say invariably, set and setting. You hear this over and over again in the communities. Mindset and setting, your atmosphere. Those are the two most pivotal things. There's many different important things, but your mindset and your atmosphere. That is everything in a psychedelic experience. People can say this, that, the other. Maybe you'll receive, some sort of cathartic breakthrough in any given set or setting. But the reality is, if you are not judging your mindset intelligently, and you're not judging the setting, so the people around you, the atmosphere you're in, then you are not setting yourself up for success. You're basically facilitating failure of the psychedelic experience. So that's all I'd say, not to like come down on you particularly, but I think I take these things, with a lot of reverence and seriousness. Is psychedelics are not something to be played around with. They're not something to take with, half-assed sort of grain of salt. They're something that you should be honoring. You should learn to and people, again, this is even just beyond honoring. If you want to do a safe complementary psychedelic experience, you can't just do a psychedelic, in an unsafe environment, in an unsafe mentality around unsafe people, and like, oh, it's the psychedelic that's the problem. No, sir, it's the setting, it's you, it's your choices of what you're absorbing is the problem, fundamentally. You as in your mindset. And that is, to say, sure, if you're having a bad day, or you're feeling like, maybe you are in a good place overall, but you're feeling a little bit under the weather and you want to experiment because you trust and develop a trusting relationship with this altered states of consciousness, sure, go for it. But again, set and setting. If you're not honoring those fundamental ways of how, people historically have been trying to teach people to facilitate a healthy psychedelic experience, then you're not really honoring the psychedelic experience, unfortunately. Just want to ask, why only the same tee? I like it still. Because this is like the primary tee I have. I have other t-shirts, but this is the most comfortable, yeah. That being said, I'm purchasing, I'm purchasing a few new shirts from Lunified that are actually like mega dope. Yeah. Also, this shirt is very special to me. It was gifted to me by a good friend of mine. So I feel like this shirt has a lot of significance in general. It's sentimental. I believe in a non-sentient creation that basically we are non-sentient gods. Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I mean, I've never considered that fully. So we're non-sentient gods. What's your definition of sentient? Like Marcel, to really go into it, like that's an interesting perspective. I wouldn't dismiss it. What exactly sentient? So if we're sentient, like if we define sentience as we are here, we are beings that are conscious of, choices. We are sentient, we're conscious beings, right? Why do you think that we're non-sentient? Like in that sense, I've never really heard of that sort of idea. Did you post the lady's contact info for the hat? Not yet, not yet. I will though very soon. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Welcome to this channel, or welcome back, Sean. Friend once introduced me to mushrooms, but he betrayed my trust too often, so I have trouble trusting such remedies. But them like you, I could puke. Well, I must say that's unfortunate, but as I kind of just emulated, I'm a kind of guy that I understand the nature of mushrooms. I understand the tumultuous, polarizing nature of what they are. Mushrooms are not an easy experience. Like, let's be real here. They're not like, it's not like a happy-go-lucky, euphoric kind of thing. Historically, mushrooms is a revealer of truth. It removes the filter. It does it very successfully. But again, that'll be said is I personally do mushrooms pretty much always alone. When I was younger, I had good friends that I would do mushrooms with, but as a full-grown adult, I almost always just do mushrooms by myself in the forest. For the last like several years. I've sometimes stepped outside of that, but mostly not. I don't like to be around society. I don't like to be around other people. And there's many reasons for this, many good reasons. That's unfortunate that you found that experience, but yeah, again, this returns to the same thing I told Floyd, and this is just a universal truth, is these are medicines. They need to be honored, and you need to almost like understand how important it is to be in a mindset that is complementary to the experience and a setting. So this is why mindset, if you're in a state where, because this is the thing, is if you decided to be like, you confide in a friend that basically you can't even trust. This is a reflection of your own ability to discern judgment and character, which is okay. We're all humans. We all got to learn these things. But to trust them to enter a psychedelic experience says a lot about where you're at. And the reality is, ultimately, you are the one that takes responsibility for, the people we absorb, for the boundaries that people maybe dishonor. And that's the kind of core thing is mushrooms and these kind of altered states as a whole. These are profound teachers for learning what our boundaries are. And I don't know, the simplest, right? I think what I'm simply saying is if you could allow yourself to experience the mushroom in your own energy, in a safe environment, because this is the thing, this is the key word, is it's unfortunate that, like, it's very saddening that this person betrayed your safety. But the key thing is if you can, like, create a safe space, to really honor the experience, maybe to, again, not even deep dive, do a very, very small dose of these mushrooms. Find a strain that's complementary to you, really, it's basically like a sacred experience that is safe on the deepest level. That is paramount to the psychedelic experience. And again, it's not to demerit your experience by any means, but the reality is, if a person is blaming the compound, they're associating like, oh, they're just horrendous, or LSD is horrendous, or whatever. Both of those compounds have tremendous healing nature. Like, what they are is magical. They're very powerful, a very healthy modality for the human experience. Obviously not for every single human being, but the reality is it's a travesty to try to be like, okay, well, it's because of this compound that I had this negative experience. It is not the compound itself. It's your mentality, the people around you, the energy you're absorbing, the atmosphere you're in. Those are what is often responsible for translating to such a negative experience. And even further, if you feel like you're going to puke, or you could have also, you need to realize, yeah, mushrooms, they break down psilocybin in your stomach. They make you feel queasy. They have a physiological reaction. Often, if you take mushrooms, you should probably soak it in lemon juice or drink lemon juice to calibrate your gut bacteria. Like, that's that's mushrooms 101. Mushrooms are going to make you feel sick, not because the mushrooms themselves make you sick. It's because it basically breaks down psilocybin. That's the psychoactive compound. It breaks down in your gut. So it basically it changes the nature of the hydrochloric acid and the just all the things in your gut, they change when you're breaking down psilocybin. So you can bypass this by either drinking lemon juice, alkalizing your system, your gut, or you break down the psilocybin before you consume it. So basically soak the mushrooms in lemon juice, and that helps with any physiological queasy feeling. Because yes, a lot of people report if you do mushrooms and you're starting to feel sick and you feel queasy and you're around bad energy and you're maybe in a bad mental state, of course that is not going to facilitate the experience. That's setting yourself up for failure, sadly. Time, Hans Zimmerman. Wow, I don't think I could attempt that song, but I love that song. What does it go like? I have no idea how that song goes. I haven't actually watched all of Inception. But with that, I hope you really have, I hope you find yourself connect and mend your relationship with not only the psychedelic, if that's, meant to be for you, Madeline, but also just trust. Like, I hope that's unfortunate your friend betrayed your trust. That's horrendous. You don't deserve that. You deserve better. You deserve to be around trusting, safe people. And when you're experiencing a psychedelic experience, I think, doing it in a soloistic aspect where you're with nature, where you're around healthy thoughts and beautiful intention. That's what is truly the way I feel. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that. I disagree. You can never recreate psychedelic experiences when you are sober. That's not exactly what I said, but I hear you, Marcel. I mean, hey, I'm a dude that loves shrooms. I love changa. I believe in the sacred nature of it. No, I basically just said that you do not need psychedelics to basically experience these like altered states of consciousness, to become euphoric and experience these connected spiritual experiences. You don't need them to do that. And that's 1000% the truth. But of course, hey brother, I advocate psychedelic use. I think in this world, like if we all lived in the Himalayas, right, where we had, we could write music all day, we're surrounded by a healthy community, and we had a healthy, nourishing food and love around us, then sure, maybe we could live in this kind of beautiful, euphoric land. But the idea is a lot of us, we live in modern society. There's just a deep realm of programming where psychedelic intervention is not only beneficial, it's wise, it's powerful, it's really like, I think it's pivotal for many people. But yeah, again, I think it is a deep truth that it's important to realize that we can, in fact, maybe not right away, but we can, in fact, experience these elevated, altered states completely without any compounds. This is a truth. Welcome, friend. Yeah, welcome to this live stream, those that are just chiming in. A lot of people don't realize when you discover something during a trip, it may be or believing something that would seem to have been completely delusional to you before. I don't know, it's, sure, if you, depends on how you desire to, your narrative about, what you're revealing and surfacing in a trip or an experience, right? Like if it's almost like, is this delusion serving you? Like, what is your relationship with this delusion? Is this something that you see as delusional? Is this something that, when you look at it in the larger context, once you integrate it, is this thing that you define as a delusion, was this something that you were attached to, that you were addicted to, that you were solely convinced was a reality? And was lifting this delusion actually healthy and helpful, right? Food for thought. I just trust people more again. Word. Yeah, that's beautiful. I think I can talk about this in depth and I can go really deep about this, but I think there's some core reasons why people do psychedelics as a whole, right? There's some core reasons that I think are really important, at least from my personal experience. And I just kind of talked about them, a couple of them is like to step outside of negative programming, to maybe get a different felt experience, maybe to connect with something that is more ancient, something deeper. But I don't know. I think on some fundamental levels, a lot of it has to do with building a relationship with trust. Learning to trust yourself, learning to trust deeper forces at play, almost like learning to humble yourself and step outside of yourself. Like these are things I often take away from psilocybin. And this reflects on my own sort of experience, but it's almost like in my experience, psilocybin and most psychedelics, they let us learn to align ourselves and understand ancient laws of life. Ancient laws of life, primal laws of life. Like we can step outside of ourselves and see, there is maybe something deeper, something different than what a lot of modern society is programming us to see and believe. And it's not very complex, right? Like when you do mushrooms, often, at least this is my experience, you find yourself attracted to that which is organic, that which is alive, that which is natural. Maybe you want to root yourself in your body. Maybe you want to feel and listen to what your body's telling you. Maybe you want to honor your intuitive center. Like the mushrooms, we can experience many, many different things depending on our mentality, our mindset, our mind state, and where we're at in our life. But the truths that we can surface from shrooms are actually pretty simple. Like again, you take a mushroom, if you're like, all right, I choose to do this right now, it's going to often arise very primal, very foundational, ancient things, ancient truths, that is. Maybe you'll experience discomfort in your body. Well, this is a reminder to breathe, to honor your body and be present with discomfort. Maybe you desire to okay, I want to go and sit in the forest and meditate. Well, this is an invitation to step outside of this ever stimulating or hyper stimulating loops that we're all in. Like think about these things, right? This is a lot of the core truths of what magic mushrooms is trying to tell us is returning to these ancient truths, these primal truths. Sure, we all have unique ways of achieving this. We all have different ways of trying to quantify and intellectualize this, but the magic mushrooms often are just trying to return us to intuitive and ancient truths. It is that simple, reminding ourselves to listen to our body, to listen to, maybe the things we're consuming, be it dopaminergically, be it the foods we eat, maybe it's the beliefs we hold. It's returning us to our breath. It's returning us to movement and the power of movement. Maybe it's returning us to sit in nature and with nothingness. These are often the invitations that magic mushrooms are giving you, right? It's a vision where you are and the people around. Yeah, I really feel like whether we're talking about psilocybin or changa or anything even, hell, we're talking about, even any altered state that's not even like psychedelic, psychoactive. Everything is about basically what you're making it, like the environment that you are forming and choosing to be around. It's like a product of the choices of what you're reflecting and projecting out into the world. So psychedelic or not, this is the thing that I think is very interesting about psychedelics is it's basically just heightening, it's amplifying your ability to be receptive to the subtle nuances around you, the subtle forces of nature that are around you. So if you're absorbing negative energy from negative people, from negative belief systems, eating maybe maladaptive dietary things, right? Shrooms or psychedelics or whatever, they're just going to they're going to give you a heightened ability to be receptive to the things you're absorbing, for the better and for the worse. So if you're around good things, good people, eating nourishing food, having nourishing conversations, this is just amplifying this. This is increasing your receptivity to see this. The opposite is also true. And both are gifts. Both are gifts. Now, all that being said, of course, the key thing to understand is something we're talking about, like say magic mushrooms. LSD applies a similar way, but it's also very dose dependent. You know, if we're talking about maybe exploring a microdose or a macrodose, but surely I think some of the most powerful and extraordinary anomalic things occur when we're talking about what occurs on a heroic dose, like 5, 6, 7 grams plus. That enters a completely different realm of what occurs. I mean, it's maybe the same at a fundamental level, but I have to say, like, you know, whether we're talking about like making massive quantum shifts and understanding like and completely different philosophical bends and creative breakthroughs, these are things that surely are exclusive or mutually exclusive to things like, say, a heroic dose. Appreciate you, Alasar. What's good, dog? For whatever reason, there's been a lot of beautiful dialogue about psilocybin. Joe with anime trips. Nice. A minor, time by time, the inception. Right. Yes, yes. I understand what the music is, but I don't think I can recall it or go into it, yeah. I love the movie Inception though. I think I need to watch it through and through, like the full way through. Is what is reality? What makes something real? Sure. Philosophically, we could say the earth is it all. I mean, we've gone through this. We've gone through this a handful of times, and often, I don't know. Strangely enough, Floyd, you seem to usually you just like tap out or you leave when I go down this rabbit hole. But it's already been proven and understood to a fine degree what is real. You know, if we define what is real by our sensory inputs, what we perceive, what we see in the 3D, we can say, the real is what we taste, touch, sense. These are philosophical questions that have actually been asked over and over and over by some of the most brilliant scientific or philosophical minds. But the reality is, no, what is real is not limited though. Like we're not gonna if we act like what is real is just what we are confined by our senses, then as a lot of like if we understand quantum theory and how quantum particles operate, then we're basically living in a one-dimensional illusion. Because sure, we could say none of this is technically real by a definition. Like if we look at the larger construct, what's outside of the material world. But I don't know. I think almost like what we can realize we don't even have to ask ourselves what is real. That's a very one-dimensional contextual question. It's very loaded. But I think if we understand like the larger questions outside of what is real, it's like what is like the greater human experience, we can see something deeper. We can see, the way a lot of these things connect, and basically we can see like metaphysical paradoxes unravel in front of our eyes. And I think asking ourselves, and trying to convince ourselves that reality is confined to what we see in our senses or what has been defined conventionally basically limits us. Yeah. When you're not doing this, what is your everyday job? The name of your toddler in the background. That's not my toddler, that's my sister's, yeah. But yeah, I work in the film industry. I primarily do like background acting. Sometimes I do upgrades, I do like commercial work. But that's like primary thing, but as I've grown this channel, this is really what I desire to create as my full-time income. Yeah. A mystery action was eating fish over here. Hey, facts. I mean, eating, yeah, that's a worthy pursuit. Different types of that. Sure, yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. So this is a thing that I'm gonna make very forthcoming, and I'm going to experiment very actively. But for those of you, if you desire to say some like unhinged, sort of out of pocket sort of comments, I'll basically just throw you into a 10-minute timeout. You know, I'll just be like, all right, here's 10 minutes to, well, this is not staying here. There we go. No, it doesn't want to stay. There we are. But basically, yeah, you know, if people are saying things that are very out of pocket, maybe irrelevant, maybe disrespectful, I'm going to immediately throw into a 10-minute timeout or whatever, just to, you know, you can chime in, you can listen to the context of the conversation, maybe think about why you desired to say something that was kind of unhinged, but obviously I'm not going to exit you out of here. But of course, if that just continues, then I'll just, you know, remove someone's ability to comment. Because I think people have free will, freedom of speech, but if people are going to, like, say things that are just, you know, out of pocket, maybe unhinged, disrespectful, then clearly they're in the wrong place. And they're not a part of this viewership or fan base. Your brain can fabricate so much. It is a good question. It's an excellent question. I love to think about those things, honestly. I mean, that being said, like, this is the thing, Floyd, is like, you may or may not, you may or may not be the world of thought that people could say, we could justify that everything is a neurochemical experience. You know, we could be like, oh, it's this neurochemical created hallucination, because the brain is very effective. It has the ability to, yeah, create things that we scientifically can understand. But a lot of what modern metaphysics, like say like Joe Dispenza's work, or people that fall in that same realm, who are bridging worlds with how the modern scientific, or more of the health science sort of body, like the ability of the mind, the brain, all the different parts of the physiological body, how these interact with things that we can understand as like metaphysical things or relationships, like, you know, things that are operating in a coexisting way outside of the mind, that are proven, literally scientifically proven in various rights, like the ability to how our thoughts can influence our body, and our thoughts influence maybe like our energetic body, and how these can greatly influence things. It's like whether we try to decide that things are some sort of hallucination versus something that is basically existing far beyond our comprehension, that does in fact operate in a way that is basically just outside of the mind's domain. I think that's basically a choice. Like, a person can believe, oh yeah, well, this is probably true and that's probably true. And it's literally just as simple as a belief system. But I think the more that our modern metaphysical study, or the more that, like, you know, people are releasing literature and proof of people creating these seemingly impossible things, proving things that are seemingly impossible to exist, and this is occurring over and over and over again, it kind of makes us think that, you know, to think that, we could just write everything off as a hallucination, that's what's real, it's all that simple, that's outdated belief. That's an outdated belief system. That's a belief system that's literally been proven wrong. That sure, historically, we can look at things and be like, oh yeah, things are this one-dimensional. It's like everything is, you know, neurons that's created by the brain that we see, experience this. Everything else is inert, is not real. But a lot of the bridging of worlds between modern science or neuroscience and quantum, you know, quantum study, or like quantum philosophy or quantum metaphysics, metaphysical philosophy, a lot of the connections that people are finding are basically breaking open the models of a lot of us could say, oh no, but it is that one dimensional. Of course, it's all just science. Science can prove everything. It's like there's so much emerging new information that's completely denoting that. That's completely splitting open the discussion. And I think that's a very important thing to consider, is like, it's an exciting place. An exciting place to sort of think openly about. I do find some of these views a bit wild. I have zero interest in LSD, and I don't think it makes your brain understand reality more. Sure, yeah. Again, like, I personally, that's cool, brother. Like, I'm not a massive advocate of LSD as a whole. I've had healthy experiences with it, and I think it's an interesting compound. I wouldn't say I advocate it that strongly. Hell, if someone wants an altered state, I think LSD is probably it's low on the list of what a person should actually realistically explore. Because, you know, even in the simplest right, there's this is a maybe a bit of a loose argument or a shaky argument where people are just like people should desire to engage in something that was created by nature. And I think, there's something to that beyond just the simple argument of like, okay, maybe if someone wants to consume a compound or experience something that's, engaging in an altered state, like say a mushroom or say a root or a thing that has been formed by nature, I truly think that there's something deeper to that. And even just in the simplest, right, LSD, sure, it's taken from what is it, an ergot, or it's like a rye. It's like a fermented rye that's extracted and then synthesized in a lab to create LSD, right? But I think it's almost like the process of how this compound has been birthed, if we're going to use that word, through either nature or through a lab, I think that actually has profound significance in how the compound is experienced. Think about it, right? When you think about why things like, chaga or lion's mane or any sort of mushroom, you think of all the different things that combined, all the different things, the elements of nature that went into creating this mushroom, right? To creating this compound, this mushroom. And even when you think about mushrooms, like a psilocybin mushroom, any mushroom, it has a massive mixture of all of these different compounds. I forget exactly what they're called. It's like there's all these different things, like I think it's bioactive compounds that are all combining to create the experience that you experience in a mushroom, right? You say you do psilocybin. It's not just psilocybin you're experiencing in a organically grown mushroom. It is all these different bioactive compounds combining to then create the psychedelic experience. And it's, you could say that something like LSD, that is just simply LSD 25, ideally. It's just the one compound. It doesn't have this like deeper synergy that's been organically created from nature. And I think that actually is a significant thing to understand. And again, I'm just not a personal advocate of LSD. I think magic mushrooms is a much better medicine in my experience. But again, it's like that's something to think about. For you to reset to anything into this real world other than hallucinatory. Yeah. Phi-green is the scale, which is phi, psi. It's different people to get it. Interesting. The Phi-green scale, what do you mean by psi? Like P, S, Y. I love though, I know I've had various people share with me the Phi-green scale. And I truthfully do. It's the psi. So Phi-green. It's the SPY or PSY. Since then, I hope people able to take mushrooms again. I said I hope you'll take. It was such a great experience. It showed me really much, and I know why I can't trust. And I hope, yeah, I trust. You seem like a very intuitive, self-aware person, Maddie. So I feel like I absolutely trust that, like because the thing with psychedelics as a whole, larger construct, is like I think it's important to honor the almost like the divine timing of when they enter your life. Like honor when, or even just intuitively, when you desire to engage in this compound, because that's almost like the core lesson or message that if a person's like, okay, I'm going to haphazardly or compulsively engage in something like a psychedelic experience, if they're not really honoring or revering the experience, they're not even conscious of like the deeper, I'd say, alignment or the reason and intention of why they're doing this compound, that is probably more so the underlying issue. It's not the compound itself. It could be various elements of the dose or, again, the set and setting, but I really think a lot of it has to do with them not being connected with their intention. And intention takes time. It takes time to integrate your sober experience. It takes time to reflect on your life and go through different phases of your existence. So I'm 100% confident. I'm confident there will be a time in your experience where you will be organically attracted to tread those waters, to engage into this, if this is really your path. And that's, I'd say, that's just a matter of time. So just trust your experience, like trust the way that is organically aligning with you or not. And I think that will go beautifully. Most importantly, it's impossible to imagine everything that could exist. If you can understand that, everything's possible. Yeah, these are, like, I like to sort of, level with Floyd and the viewers, that hold maybe Floyd's perspective. Is like, yes, people have historically tried to, like, make one-dimensional arguments. Like, hey, everybody, this is the reality, this is how it is, neurochemically, or with one sort of philosophical bend that doesn't really actually explain the greater or the deeper nature of how these things operate. People have made this argument for thousands of years. Like, people like, hey, like, this is how reality is, this is how reality isn't, etc., etc., etc. But we are fortunate to be in a very exciting time, like this last 100 years, maybe last like 40, 50 years, where there's been very much breakthroughs in how we understand consciousness. This is a fact. If you read the literature, if you go out there and see the people that are embodying this, you understand how much vast literature and truth there is out there to pull these threads. You'll understand that, yeah, it is actually valid to even just look on a deeper level, that there are things that we cannot possibly understand, that we can't put into perspective, and this is beautiful. There are things that bridge, again, between metaphysics and what we understand in modern science, that defy every given law and reality that we could even begin to understand. And this is beautiful. And these are things that many people are devoting their lives to making sense of, writing books about, literally proving and embodying through their experience. So I think it just simply invites us to just continuously, keep that with an open mind. Realize that how little we might know, and realize that, yes, there are things that are far beyond what our mind can try to define and comprehend. That is, in fact, something. I must say, I agree. I would love to pull those threads and continue to invite the discussion about music, about what's musically connecting. And yes, if you agree with, like, the Figurian scale, cool. Like, I think, historically, when people, maybe it was yourself in the past, has offered for me to explore the Figurian scale. I see the Figurian scale. I've integrated it. It's a nice scale, but it's a one-dimensional construct. Like the Figurian scale, maybe I'm saying it wrong, Figurian, I don't know. It's like, it's a succession of notes, right? You can learn and take away things from these notes, but the core thing is not to, like, almost fixate on one dimension of it, being like, this is better than the other things. I like the Figurian scale. I think I integrate actually a lot of my scaling unconsciously through it. So that's what I love to take away from it. And I agree, musically, definitely something to honor and listen and learn from. So I appreciate you sharing that, brother. All of that being said, I think that you need to understand to some degree. Like, I agree, it's good to set a tone in hell in the future when I'm monetized. I'm not even sure if we can talk about, substances of some sort, like mushrooms, this and that. It may be something that, YouTube frowns upon when I'm in the monetized realms. So that's, it's good to be mindful of that. But that being said, I have to be very clear that I actually think altered states of consciousness, that is, integrating these altered states, learning from them, understanding and honoring them, is actually pivotal to being a musician. It's been pivotal to me as a YouTuber, literally as a creator, as an artist. So strangely enough, this is why I'm actually inviting and openly, advocating this discussion, is because these things are, in fact, pivotal in many rights to expression as a whole, to people honoring and understanding their minds. These are important things to talk about. But I agree fully, like, I hear you, brother. For those that are feeling like we want to return to this musical discussion, focus on music, we can transition to that. We 1000% can. Because, of course, that is a core intention of this channel. But let's be real here. Like, if we're going to be very forthcoming and transparent, because you do realize that the core part of this channel is authenticity. I'm going to talk about what I think is authentically important. I'm not going to try to orient it towards one opinion or another. No, it's those that are aligned with the larger domain of this channel will resonate with this channel, and they will stick around. Those that for whatever reason, like, but I'm here for just music, nothing else, they're probably not this, they're not my viewership, unfortunately. They can be if they desire to, but again, music is deeply relevant to understand the altered state of experience. Like, to say, fuck drugs, you're saying, these are not even remotely the same. We're not talking about illicit, scheduled substances all day long. We're talking about mushrooms. We're talking about like things that are been proven to be life-changing for many people that have a deep realm of openness and healing potential. Like, we're talking about very healthy medicine. We're not talking about regulated, scheduled substances. Yeah. Vegans for the chicks. What is your... That's beautiful, though. I'd love to hear your favorite Osho quote. Because Osho, man, as you maybe seen these last couple weeks, I love sharing Osho. Like, I've been just going through a lot of Osho's quotes, and I feel like he has so many powerful, beautiful things to say. I've read like 4 or 5 of Osho's books, but there's so much wisdom that I just randomly stumble across from other books that are just powerful. Like, truly, I'm always baffled on how much incredible philosophical truths Osho has. So I'm glad he also resonates with you, my man. Himalaya says mad honey and ganja. Just try it. Wow, that's interesting. So democracy is government by the people, for the people, to the people. But the people are... Interesting. That doesn't sound a lot like Osho, but I mean, it also does kind of sound like Osho if you continue the quote. I agree, Marcel. That's like I want to hold space for Tarun, giving him and his more like he's representing a perspective of people, of that. I want to hold space for that. But again, as I've just advocated, expressed my exact perspective, I'm not going to try to step outside of the authenticity of this channel, what I feel is important, comprehensive to this message for any single person's perspective. I would invite you to listen, keep an open mind, and I validate your desire to focus on music, but you must realize, like, I really hope you realize one day that the ability to integrate an altered state, be it if we're talking about compounds or not, is in fact, it's pivotal to one's relationship with expression, to accessing, music. I mean, sure, there's people that maybe don't solely believe in that, but I think these are very synonymous. Most of the old blues players were on hard stuff. That's a stretch, Billy. I don't know. That's a bit of a stretch, but you're not wrong. I mean, I think there's something beautiful about blues players, but we stay here in the Himalayas. I don't think of smoking that is drugs. We're not even talking about smoking drugs. We're talking about ingesting organic psychedelics like psilocybin, but yeah. This is I'm primarily scaling in A sharp minor, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I might be deviating a bit, but that's kind of where I was at. Yeah. I mean, I respect your opinion, Tarun. You seem like, again, you're surely not wrong to desire to focus on the musical aspect. Like, that's a beautiful, beautiful intention, my friend. I hope you keep an open mind, again, about what you're trying to associate or define as a substance. I just got here. What kind of music do you play? I mean, right now we're just doing piano improv, kind of just almost like an amalgamation of almost like movie scores that I hear in my head that's in a minor key. And then I sometimes hop into the C major. But I mean, usually I play like guitar mixed with pan flute. I create like meditative sound journeys. So it's like very meditative improv. That's kind of the core thing. Seems like some limiting beliefs, Tara, and some limiting biases to just say that. But hey, it's all good, dog. As long as you're not, uh, projecting hate or hateful language or whatever, I'm not gonna. I think you have a valid point about your perspective on drugs. Shrooms are good, especially when the giants smoking cannabis smell. Yeah, dog. I love that movie. And yeah, the giant smoking this giant caterpillar. He always, yeah, he makes me feel at home. I think music is God speaking through us in his patterns and audible emotions and healing us through the vibral tones. I believe is what humans should do, not only the paid musicians. Yeah, the paid musician. Absolutely. I mean, absolutely, Madeline. I mean, I've spoken of this in blips, and I actually had a very interesting conversation, and I spoke of this at the start of the stream. There was a fellow that I met. I was playing my pan flute on the SkyTrain on my way home, and I bumped into this guy named Tony, and we started talking about music for a long time, and yeah, long story short, we were talking about like various things, but we got to this topic about basically the music industry versus playing from the soul. And yeah, I would truthfully say how this channel was birthed, how I've evolved per se as a musician over the last like 3, 4 years has been by basically learning to step outside of trying to create music for some sort of industry standard or some sort of, conventional societal model of like, oh yeah, but this is psychedelic rock or punk rock or alternative rock. Beautiful genres. Love every genre of all those. But it's like almost like once you give yourself permission, but you know what? What if I create sounds? I create music that is completely splitting open the model of what you think is commonly experienced by the society at large. Like you're not trying to create music for anyone else but yourself. What happens? And for me, it's basically the kind of music you see now. Is I started creating like ancient, meditative, very unorthodox cadences and rhythms that is like a meditative journey. It's almost like an ancient connection to music that truly feels like a divine channel. It doesn't feel like I'm writing a song like this chord, that chord, this chord. Maybe sometimes when I write like, progressive rock compositions, but the majority of what I'm creating, when I'm improvising, when I'm in my own time, I'm channeling sound journeys. That's like the majority of what this channel is, centered around the music I create. These are channeled music. I create these in the moment. I do it in one take a majority of the time. It just flows through, and it's a style that I feel is like very resonant with an ancient style of playing. Like it's like no filters. I'm not trying to create a genre. I'll create sounds, I'll get experimental, and I really feel that's almost like the simplest core piece of it is when you let yourself create for the simple sake of creating, not trying to create for XYZ sort of, industry standard or genre. You're literally just like, I just want to create, make noises, and connect with something that just feels good, that resonates in your being. And that's kind of the center thing is like when you create music, like this is kind of the music I create often is I don't try to create music that's necessarily, melodically sound or rich. I mean, or compositionally sound rich. The product of doing, basically creating music that resonates, that feels good in my body, that has resonance patterns that all weave and connect. That happens to naturally actually just be music that is melodically sound and sounds, just very beautiful and connected. But very simply, I'm talking about when you give yourself, again, permission to create with no idea or intention other than just to create for the sake of creating, you let yourself, for myself at least, you feel into resonance patterns. You're not trying to create with the intention of like scale melodic structure, this note to that note. No, it's just you think of like the feeling. You feel into the resonance pattern of notes that goes beyond scales, that goes beyond the standard frequency of notes. Like this is why I also, when I play with my pan flute, right? The pan flute, it bends frequencies. That is, you go from 440 hertz to 432 hertz, maybe up to 440 hertz. Like you can basically create altered tunings that deviate from the standard 440 hertz immediately. Like that's what the pan flute does. I play the pan flute, I bend the whole pan flute, and suddenly I'm in a different frequency, or I can go to a different key, depends on how much I bend. And what I'm saying is that's an ancient way of playing that feels really good on a resonance level. We tapping on the piano. Yeah, you get it, Real Zone. We're always tapping. We're a guitarist at heart, but we're tapping and rolling. We're doing double-handed tapping and rolling with the piano. Because that's the thing I'd speak about very openly on this channel is, and I actually recorded a video that was in a similar realm. I play guitar like I play piano in some rights. I take away a lot of, especially lately, the way I like to apply certain shapes and cadences from the piano and vice versa. I play the piano very actively like the way I play guitar. It's just, obviously it's just the way I learned it. Of course, the piano is a unique, very fundamental structure where it's made in such a way where it has so many nuances that only the piano can emulate. But again, when I think of the guitar or when I think of the piano, often unconsciously I'm playing it like a guitar. Like I'm doing what you consider a finger roll and finger style. I'm doing double-handed tapping where I'm like doing almost like double-handed tapping and rolling, but with both fingers in both hands. Which in piano is called something different, but that's how I see it. But it's all the same. I'm just applying chords, melodies, and this is also a video that I recorded actually, long format, is your emphasis as a musician, in my experience, especially when you're a beginner, should be ear training. That is simply learning to identify notes and successions of notes. And you can achieve that through anything. You can achieve that through listening deeply to movie scores, to other musicians. You can achieve that through playing the piano, playing the guitar, playing a flute, playing a tongue drum, playing anything, right? The songs, the noises you make, the words you speak all have notes. Everything you do can be an ability to train your ear, right? Everything you hear in the simplest right. But of course, when we're talking about applying it to music, I think it's a very pivotal thing. It's like you're intentionally training your ear to learn how important that is for the process of writing music or playing music or improvising or whatever. It's like if you learn music without a fully trained ear, the product of that will be the inability to improvise. The product of that will be the inability to write or create original compositions or even understand why original compositions flow. It's like it all really does come down to... Oh, phone's going off for some reason. It all really comes down to having a trained ear. And again, it's not as complex as you might think. It is the goal. It takes time. That's the thing you're developing in years and years and years alongside, finger strength, dexterity, but it's a trained ear. If you're a singer, it's like, it's obvious. You're just like, oh yeah, ear training, like pitch training, etc. But it's like, how vital. Let me turn off this phone. How do I turn this on? There we go. I think that works. Oh, there's another one. It's just a phone randomly just chilling on the piano for But yeah, anyways, food for thought, food for thought. Ear training, ear training. Woman, no cry. C major. Yeah, that's a beautiful song. I don't know how to play reggae on the piano, truthfully, but C major is an incredible one. Mushrooms are the gate to see God himself, or at least I saw. Yeah. I truly feel like if we're getting philosophical and talking about, sure, what we could define as like a God presence, or the concept, the philosophical concept of God, yeah, we are God. Like, it lets us return to our nature of being the creator. We are the creator. We are the, like, and not even we are the creators, we're all the creators. We're all connected to the source that is the creator. Like, it's like these are things that you can speak about this, philosophically and poetically, but when you really think about it and you actually understand it, it's like as we are just like a tree, we're all branches and leaves. We're all leaves of the branches of the same tree. If this tree is God. And it's like if you sit with that and you return to that realization, it makes you very profoundly aware of how much power you have in your life. You are in fact the creator. You are in fact capable of creating and manifesting anything. And the harrowing reality is the reason why a lot of us have lost that core truth is because society is programmed. It's been historically, it's like trying to control and program the idea that no, you don't have power. You're not, you can't create anything. You're not empowered to do that. Oh, no, you got to praise some other entity that is not you. You have to worship this, that, the other. And the last thing you want to do is that to yourself. That's control and manipulative programming, right? That's the deepest level of fear-based control and programming. They're just like, forget, like, cast out the very idea that you, in fact, have all the power and ability to create, to manifest anything you could desire in this world. It's like they just want to suppress the core truths. They want people to be easily controlled and complacent. These are all the same things that Terence McKenna speaks of very openly. Like, if any of you have interest in general, like, I love this talk. It's called Reject Authority, Return to Individualism. I think that's the talk. If you search Terence McKenna, yeah, Reject Authority, I guess it's Returning to the Individualism, something like that. Beautiful talk, extraordinary talk, one of the best talks I've ever heard of Terence's. Oh, thank you, Puggle Ski. Puggle Kid, not Ski. I need to go. That's fair, dog. I'll see your last comment. I think I did see your comment in Express. Oh, I see. CBT. Ah, okay. Influence the therapist cause from them. Yeah. That's another realm. Yeah, CBT, you're talking about cognitive behavioral therapy. Not something I'm an expert on, but I remember studying that or just learning about that very avidly for a period when I was younger, quitting cigarettes. And yeah, I think that's beautiful. I mean, I'm not sure what your experience is. I imagine you say it's positive. Cognitive behavioral therapy. If I remember correctly, cognitive behavioral therapy, right? It's using like electrodes that heighten your ability to basically experience or be more receptive, on a neurological level to the behavioral patterns that you're experiencing. It's basically like cognitive behavioral therapy with a therapist. They're helping you basically learn to facilitate healthy thoughts and catch the patterns that are, negative, or introducing, a healthy felt experience basically in relation to your narratives, which strangely enough is a thing you can actually do without that. But obviously the key thing is you're talking about people that are in like experiencing true mental pathology that do benefit powerfully from having the space of a therapist, or just like can't do this by themselves. But what's beautiful is like to what Floyd's saying, like speaking to CBT. But yeah, I would love to touch on that because I think there's something interesting to sort of be gathered from that. I think it's high time to hop into the studio, do guitar stuff while we're waiting for the new Floyd Rose guitar to come in. It's crazy, actually. The Floyd Rose guitar was supposed to be delivered, or the Ibanez guitar, at it was supposed to be delivered at like 11 o'clock, but then they changed it. It's from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock. So in the next couple hours at any point, my new guitar will be here, which is pretty dope to think of. But yeah, long story short, I think in response to understanding what CBT, the potential of it, absolutely, brother, like for people that are experiencing delusions or schizophrenia, like that's the key thing is you're talking about those that are in that extreme realm where they 1000% probably should be in the presence of a psychiatrist, of a person that can help facilitate the experience and guide them to a place of balance and regulation. But the techniques that's employed in things like CBT, right, as I understand it, these are things that we actually have the ability to facilitate ourselves. Now, we don't have the ability to attach our brain to electrodes and heighten the ability to receive the patterns that are our thoughts, but we actually do have the ability to do the same, to apply the very same process that they use in CBT. And actually, there's a lot of things out there. If you go on YouTube and you search subliminal, subliminal music, maybe it's like you'll come across 432 hertz or 528 hertz, the frequency fork that I listen to. But you'll find people that literally their entire livelihood is as audio engineers is to create subliminal prompts that are basically sounds. They're using frequencies and sounds, and that's a whole different sort of realm. But in CBT, when I was about 15 years old, I went to see a therapist that was applying that. Now, they weren't really doing any actual therapeutic practice. They were just doing CBT, where they would hook up electrodes, and I would listen to subliminal music, and I would do some painting, like they would give us paints and art, and I would usually just sit there and hang out and just think, let my thoughts circulate. And yeah, long story short, as I'm saying is, with a bit of awareness, with a bit of like ability to use something like CBT, you can actually take away what you learn in a CBT session and apply it in a way that is basically comprehensive and you can do in your own way that works for you. I don't know if that's where you were going with that, but I don't know. The lack of social web to empower musicians and artists is depressing. Yeah. I do have long hair, yes. My hair is like down to here. That's why it's often tied up. But now that I have a hat to kind of keep it in there. The idea is, though, I'm probably going to cut it. So I'm going to cut it permanently to probably maybe about there or something. I don't know. Yeah. But the lack of social web to empower musicians. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true, Marcel. Hell, brother, the lack of social web to empower all artists is profoundly disjointed. It's profoundly low, unfortunately. But that being said, the nature of this YouTube channel, literally the nature of what I desire to create, is basically creating something that represents a social web. That is something that actually is here to try to teach. More so, I'm orienting this towards new musicians. Like, I'm trying to invite people, because this is one of the core intentions. I speak of this a lot where I'm like saying, oh yeah, but this is my core intention. This is my core intention. There's many core intentions of this channel. But one of the core things was literally as simple as me recognizing that, wow, there is a profound amount of artists that pick up the guitar, or people that pick up the guitar, and then they put it down. Like, they'll be like, okay, word, I want to be a musician. They'll be like, sick, I'll pick up a guitar. Oh, that just fell. And then after a month, after a year, they'll be like, wow, well, I've gained enough creative blocks, and then they put down the guitar and never see it again. And then it's sad, it sucks. I think part of my intention with this channel, again, is almost like I want to, be it with my embodiment, be it with content that I create, I want to learn to center in on, and this will take years, I'm sure, but I want to learn to center in on what it actually takes for people to lift creative blocks and permanently learn the guitar. Now, obviously, in some rights, this could be as simple as people just need to be disciplined. They need to persevere. They need to develop core values that have nothing to do with the guitar. But I really think that there are some core similarities. There's some core patterns that a lot of people experience when they're picking up the guitar, whether it's like finger strength, or not having calluses, or maybe poor technique, or who knows, like societal conditioning. Maybe society pressures them to think that this is what you got to do on the guitar, or this is what you want, or this is what you should do or need to do. But I think there's some core reasons why a lot of people pick up a guitar and put it down. And as a dude that's been fortunate enough to pick up the guitar and never put it down, I want to like it intrigues me. I'm like, man, there's a reason. There's gotta be like, even just to have friends in the real world that I go up to, friends that I've met through all different wakes of life, and to approach them and be like asking them, hey, how's your guitar practice going? Oh, I know you have a guitar and you're telling me how you've been wanting to learn. And obviously, I don't have the time or energy to sit there and teach every single person in my life all day long. But it's like I think that's the beauty of social media is I do have the ability to devote my life to create content and create a livelihood that does revolve around trying to understand these things deeper. So yeah, I think who knows, the web of where musicians or artists as a whole, the network that people can find. I don't know, dog. Like I'm a believer. Like this is basically, I'm the perfect example of a dude that was like, oh, there's no communities that are, empowering and networking, guiding musicians and etc. together. So maybe I just got to create that myself. Like, I was like, oh, there's no communities that are like truly representing what I desire to see in this world. So then I desired, I'm going to create this community myself. Like, I'm going to go through this process of learning what it means to grow a successful community on a YouTube channel and make this kind of community, make the community that I know doesn't exist. And I'm going to do this over and over again in various avenues of my life, in the real world, of course. But this is like, this is the start of it. It's cool we Europeans invented notation. It makes musical instruments transferable. But many people stopped learning because they were trained to suppress their intuitive emotional expression. That's exactly right. I mean, that's kind of what I was emulating when I was playing the piano earlier, where in some rights, it's like, yeah, people think that, oh yeah, everyone tells them, so you want to play guitar? Okay, well, learn the minor scales, learn the major scales, learn the pentatonics, the major and minor. That's the way, learn this thing, learn that chord, learn chords, hell yeah. But I think it's very off-putting to not address the actual core thing. Like if you were like, okay, well, what's an E note? What does that sound like? What is that on the guitar? What's what's a good little riff that you would do that would accent this? It's almost like, again, ear training. I think ear training, which is like an intuitive ability to navigate the guitar, that is so paramount. Like when you hear a song, it's not even a thing you need to explain. You hear like a famous song, maybe some Led Zeppelin song or a freaking Metallica song, or I don't know, just any beautiful piece of music or a Hans Zimmerman movie score. You don't need someone to like tell you that you hear that and you're like, that is beautiful, like that is magical. So you don't need someone to tell you, oh, but is that magical or is that trash? You hear that and you're like, oh, that's beautiful, that's magic. Like it resonates. For a fact, your ear is telling you that the way that note transitioned to that note and then these back, foreground instruments blended into that, for a fact, your ear is telling you that resonates. That is beautiful. That's a beautiful piece of music, right? That is the very skill set that I think is important. People just need to fill their palette with an awareness of what is musically and compositionally sound. And you can do this, obviously, without hearing other people's. I mean, you do this when you play guitar. Like, I play this. I don't need anyone to tell me that that's not like that's a compositionally sound thing. In the same right, if I were to do something, unhinged and garbage, like if I were to like, just decide to go, well, let's like just do some weird key shifts in a arrhythmic way and fuck it up or something, right? Like someone would probably be like, you know what, that doesn't sound that great. But it's the idea is like your ear needs to just simply be trained. You just simply need to understand what sounds good to you and what doesn't sound good. And that's surely on an emotional level, that's like a huge part of it. You hear a G chord or a C chord or an F chord. That feels pretty good. That sounds pretty good, right? You're like, okay, maybe you like F chords. Maybe you like A minor chords. I'm very connected to A minor chords. And you're like, well, what goes well with an A minor chord? Maybe like an F major 7, it's like, which is not a fundamental chord, but it's like, these little ways where you're like, okay, A minor, that sounds dope as fuck. And then you're like, well, how can I extend that or accentuate? Made a mistake there, but yeah, it's just the idea is like, you just got to train your ear. Like, that's such a pivotal thing. And it's like stepping outside of the way of like, all right, it's like you got to do this chord into that note and then do this scale into that scale and then that mode into that mode. Extremely valuable things down the road. Like, once you learn music, you're 3, 4, 5 years in, sure, go nuts, learn all the music theory you want, but that should not be the like the beginner like barrier of entry, right? I wish I could talk to you more. Listen, love you, brohood. Thank you, dog. That's kind. I mean, who knows? I'm sure in the future, bro, I'm just gonna branch out. I mean, if you're in the community, I randomly am just around, you know, in BC, but I'm definitely gonna create more ways of like, you know, do Instagram maybe at some point, do Instagram lives that's more informal. So I'll do shit that I can't do on YouTube, or make a Patreon that's maybe Patreon lives that's more like concentrated in the future. Like, I think, you know, just try to think outside the box. There are more fewer art forms every day to speak. There's fewer art forms every day, so to speak. Ah, yes. Fewer art forms every day, so to speak. Probably. I mean, yeah, there's less original embodiments of art. Like, there's almost like people are discouraged to be original. They're discouraged to, you know, create new dimensions of art. And even further, like, I don't even have to articulate that point at all. It's like, welcome to 2026. AI, you know, is like oversaturating and jumping the gun and all that, you know, nonsense. AI is a perfect example of basically human de-evolution, human regression. Now, obviously, we can't just say, okay, that's the blanket statement. AI is inevitably never going to be a tool of anything, of any good. But most people, like, it's almost like, you know, you ask someone, are all drugs bad? Like, are all drugs bad? You know, you think, oh, yes. Some people say, yes, all drugs, every single drug in the world is bad. And then people say, no, you know, it's only about how you use it, right? You can use or abuse a drug, right? Of course. AI is obviously the same. It's like, sure, most people probably will abuse AI. They will probably abuse the core system of how it's going to operate. Yes, there could potentially be a true optimal tool to it. There could be an optimal way to use it as a tool where it won't abuse your learning process, where it won't abuse and destroy your motivation centers of your brain. But most people, let's be real here, most people do not have the self-awareness to even begin to apply that. So most people, yes, AI is going to be like a plague. It's going to come over. It's going to destroy people's ability to think freely, to be motivated, to create novel art. It's going to do that. It's going to, and it's not even going to destroy it on a clear-cut level. It's going to do it on a systematic, almost like foundational way where people are like, oh no, but it's good. It's helping us. It's great. Everyone's destroying our brains collectively. It's all good. But then it's like, when you look at the larger picture, it's harrowing. It's horrendous. And again, it comes down to the same thing, that humans can use or abuse things. You know, with a lot of self-awareness, people can use these things as tools. It's the exact same thing that we see in phones. You know, our phones right here, and this is part of my core argument and mission of, you know, this channel. Is like, you can use or abuse a phone. A phone can use you, or you can use it. It's a tool, right? A phone, social media, all these things. Most people, unfortunately, have a very maladaptive relationship with their phones, with social media, with all these loops that play into these things. But of course, there is an application that is healthy, that is, you know, empowering, is healthy and regulated. But unfortunately, most people don't fit that category. Most people have not seen that yet. They haven't stepped outside the programming and been like, oh wait, is there a better way to use this? Is there truly like a empowering, enriching way to use this? And yeah. So it's unfortunate, but we can hope. We can hope. You know, you and I, we can be proponents of the right movement. You know, we can be proponents of those that desire to think freely and, you know, use AI intelligently, or use creative expression to help and heal people as it's intended, and not be this weird, diluted, distorted thing that, you know, AI is trying to make it. But we gotta, you know, we gotta be the front line. We gotta be on the front lines of that shit. Whoa. Unsuccessful toss to the second. I don't usually do that, but. Yeah. But yeah, I digress. Let's talk about. Oh, I see what happened there. We can talk about music in the brain. Donate to Wigs for Kids. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I remember the one time I like cut my hair from like long to like relatively short, and I remember being like trying to find a place to donate my hair, and man, that was not easy. I took like a week to find anyone that even accept that, and by then the hair was not eligible. I think that's slightly incorrect, but therapy has changed a lot. From what I learned, CBT is radically different from then. Sure. Well, I didn't do anything except explain the core model of what CBT is. I didn't explain like what the in and outs of it are and how it applies to different people. But we're talking about a therapeutic model, right? You can't just say like, yeah, like this therapeutic model of observing someone's behavior and having electrodes connected. You're right, it probably is advanced tenfold. That was like 16 years ago. But CBT is the same thing. If you're talking about CBT at least, like CBT is literally it's a form of therapy of like basically experiencing. It's cognitive behavioral therapy. That's a branch of learning to basically introduce self-awareness to your behavioral patterns. They have different ways of doing this. You do this in unison with, a therapeutic container. But CBT is said, unless you're talking about something different, it hasn't fundamentally changed. Now, there's many different models of different forms of these kind of things, but I don't know. Yeah. So I know impacting feelings and thoughts and those affecting actions, common triangle, impacting feelings and thoughts and affecting actions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, dog. There's no pressure to kick it to anybody. If you feel like there's no expectation, to sit on your phone, you're allowed to like disconnect at any given point. Welcome to free will. Trying alternate tunings like D dadgad or dadgad helps stay interested. Sure, I've never really connected a lot with dadgad, but I like dropped B, drop D. I like many alternate tunings. Yeah. Word. What's up, Clive? Try this melody. Whoa. Well, let's try, I suppose. I'm already not liking it. So you're talking about, I'm assuming you're, okay, this melody G. Oh, you're saying that's G. Okay, so I'm on G. Okay, that's already better. I assumed it was string 1. Okay. Okay, I think I got that. And then we go into 2, and then go into D. Oh, no. D, we go 2, and we go to 5. Nice. That's 7, 10. Interesting. Go back to B. I'm doing this somehow. Well, this is like, I like this as like a good test of my fretboard awareness. Back to B, yeah. Interesting. I think I did that. That created an interesting melody. I for some reason that kind of reminded me of the melody of the Gladiator theme. Like it's like orchestrated with strings, but that's like similar to the melody of the Gladiator. You know, like Gladiator, the theme, the movie. Well, that was cool. The speech sounded something like, "I'm 13 and this is deep." Well, thanks for sharing your limited grasp of the human language, my dog. Because yeah, that sounds like a cry for attention. What do I think about Jim Morrison? I mean, I don't know. I think I haven't listened to a few Doors songs, to be honest, but I like Jim. Jim seems like a dope human being. Like him as a musician, his style seems cool. I actually don't know much about the Doors. I mean, I'd love to hear music that you recommend of the Doors, but yeah. Gotta use AI as a present human development, always the newest thing. It can say so much work. Concentrate on the important things, develop ourselves further. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, I'm not going to be ignorant and be like, AI is obviously the future. Sure. But let's also not be, like, if we're being transparent, like I was kind of just saying, like, if we're being forthcoming, humans will abuse things. Humans are not wired to be very self-aware, at least the mass majority. So yeah, if you tell me that, sure, we can use AI to, you know, compute coding and make it easier for coders. We can use it to, I don't know, maybe bypass some screenwriting process, maybe make movies. Horrendous idea, but that'll probably happen. We can use it to, I don't know, learn the English language. Not a bad idea. You can do it to better our grammatical understanding, etc. Not a bad idea. We can use it to spell check, to learn to do creative writing more effectively. Not a bad idea. We can do all these things. But the moment that it becomes like such a overseering thing where people are like, okay, well, as you are, you know, I dislike Suno, obviously, profoundly. Big thumbs down to Suno. And people, again, people are like, yeah, I can argue that Suno, we can use it to produce music, which you can. And who knows, maybe one day I'll try that. But the idea is that most people will just use Suno as being like, okay, let's make some really dope rock music song, whatever, or a country song, or whatever they want to do. And then they'll immediately have music. They'll immediately do this over and over again. They'll immediately create instrumental creations. They'll do, I don't know what humans who are in that low common denominator who aren't musicians or whatever are going to do. But they're going to do something. And I'm going to guarantee you that they, in fact, are likely in normalizing in their brains the means of bypassing a very important mechanism that motivates us to do things that are difficult. Like, let's be fucking real here. If a person hasn't already figured out how to do something as, you know, difficult as playing this, that, the other, they haven't even begun to engage in something that is disciplined or takes discipline and is difficult. And this is just one example. Learning an instrument is one example of something that takes discipline. Humans, those same humans are probably going to do the same bypassing bullshit to various degrees, where they're going to take these easy roads. They're going to rewire their brain chemistry in a really fucked up way. And it's kind of like I was saying earlier, humans are going to abuse AI all day long, all day long. They're going to basically destroy on a collective level the process of learning and motivations. They're going to destroy their motivation centers significantly. Sure, the small percentage of people that use self-awareness, that'll use it as a tool, let's celebrate, let's snap our fingers for them. But the reality is most people are not going to be that self-aware, and it sucks. Like, I don't know. I don't even desire to talk about these things too much or argue about it because there's not much to argue about. AI will take over. It will ruin people's brains. It will destroy many different things. That's a fundamental part of the human experience. And I don't know. All we can do is buckle in, right? We can just buckle in and be like, all right, well, good luck, humanity. Good luck with that shit. I don't know. I can only hope that I'm radically succeeding in every metric of my life, that I can kind of just look back and be like, wow, well, I remember the days when we actually had to try hard to, like, do something and actually develop our brains. Like, remember those days? Hey, if you want to learn about those days, here, come to my channel. Yeah. I don't know. Humans will abuse it, and the entire reason why we should learn how to deal with it and how it works. No, you're right. The perspective that we can only hope is humans will become intelligent because we hit the all-time low of what AI will teach us in the negative reality of it. But I'll be perfectly honest, like I don't know about you, Madeline, but if we look really openly, like I don't know about you, if you look around at all the different people around you, right? The mass majority, we're talking 90% probably of humanity who is insanely addicted to their phones. It's almost like the the premeditation for what AI will probably do has literally been in front of us for like 30, 40 years. It's our relationships with technology and our smartphones. Like that's the reality. Is like if humans were like the mass majority at least, if humans were perceptive enough to intelligently integrate and indoctrinate something as vastly sophisticated and complicated as something even just as the smartphone, we wouldn't be in this weird situation we're in modern 2026 where a lot of us have profoundly dysfunctional relationships with our phones. Like without a shadow of doubt, it's like the normality is people to be so heavily addicted to very deep sophisticated programming that is literally just normalized. 2026, most people are like, oh yeah, we're all addicted to our phones. Let's just laugh and make a meme about it. It's super fucked up. But a lot of us are just like, oh no, it's okay. This is just how it is. Let's all just pretend it's okay. And that's a perfect example of how most people on a collective level will deal with these more sophisticated, but much more, I'd say, intricate problems. Sure, humanity might be like, okay, it'll get worse before it gets better, and we'll all, maybe wake up and learn our lessons. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Like human beings, unfortunately, for the next like generation to come, we're gonna abuse the shit out of the way AI is gonna operate, and it sucks. Like again, I'm not gonna fixate on it, but this is my prediction. Is like I think, yes, if we're in an ideal circumstance, maybe we'll have some larger cultural forces at play that basically invite the regression of using AI. We create healthy boundaries. We create sophisticated technology that discerns AI from non-AI, and we create these healthy, humane boundaries. But if there's anything we've learned from the way that indoctrinating technologically oversaturated patterns in our society has gone in the last 40, 50 years, we realize that humans are not prepared and do not handle that kind of transition very well. Like you literally just look around and be like, wow, like a lot of us are suffering, we're addicted, we're confused, we're lost. And granted, sure, we could look at it in an optimistic perspective. Technology like smartphones and complex technology, it's only been around for like 40 years. Maybe we need another 50 years or whatever to actually get on board. But I don't know. Who knows? Will we actually get the message? Hopefully, but maybe it's like most of society will sit around in a stupor, brainwashed, manipulated to an extreme, and there'll be small percentages of humanity that lives outside of that happens to just live as humans were intended to. I am streaming, my dog. Welcome to 2026. I don't know, bro. Even musicians that belong on stages will still will still be at home, growing communities. I would like to think. Life's so much better for the camera. Our iPhone came out in 2004. Yeah, probably. I don't know. All I can say with all that I just said, Madeline, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. Like, I really hope I'm wrong. Yeah. I worked in kindergarten, 1-year-olds' brains got effed by phones and worse than sounds. Natural selection. Yeah. Well, again, I talk about these things with like almost like an unyielding authority and passion because I've been a guy that's literally successfully stepped outside the programming. How I've done that? Basically with, self-awareness, with things like music, like things like self-expression. I feel like I've been a human being that has fallen in love with life, with humanity. I love humans. I love experiencing humans. I feel like I've seen such beautiful expressions of the human experience, and I feel blessed to do that. But most people are not me, sadly. Most people, they're really locked in. They're just like fucking locked in tightly. And maybe, again, I'd like to be wrong, and maybe it's in some sense me unconsciously stroking my own ego. Maybe I should give humanity a larger due diligence. But again, a lot of people, like, I'm not even trying to talk about me or them. A lot of people, we are by default so fucking addicted and programmed by these phones. And AI is going to be far more sophisticated, far worse than just the addiction we're holding than phones, right? It's going to be the same pattern though, tenfold, infinitefold, or hundredfold, but connected. And okay, we're back. Cool. But I mean, I'll digress. I'll digress. You know, this is I invite that conversation because I don't spend a lot of time thinking about these things like AI, and these are things that I like to think about because, you know, it's fun to intuitively unravel these things. But oh, that action sounded very. Give me one moment, friends. I'm gonna hook up to Ableton. Have you always thought this way about humanity, or did you start seeing things this way at some point in my life? Like, you mean me seeing the beauty in the extraordinary expression? I've not always felt that way. But as a kid, I did. Like to LSN or to LSR, to LSR. I mean, as a kid, I was a very, like, happy, you know, like, connected person. I felt like everyone was my friends. And, you know, in some sense, sure they were. Like, I had many friends and life was this and that. As a teenager, as a young adult, I did not see the world in a very, like, open, like, very porous, formless, multi-dimensional way. And it kind of like I just emulated. I think I've been fortunate to somehow crack open the programming, and that's allowed me to live a life that I love. Like, I feel like I attract beautiful human beings. I'm a part of many beautiful communities. I live the life I want to live. Like, I really do. And that happens to almost by natural accordance make me see the world in a beautiful light. Like, it's not like I'm pretending to be like, the world is all sunshine and rainbows. But no, it's like the reality that I've created that I perceive is beautiful. And I really genuinely feel grateful for that. And no, it's not a thing I've always had. It's a thing I've actually kind of just somehow, I don't know, almost aligned myself with. It's honestly, when I think about it, like, if I'm being very transparent, I would have never seen my perspective evolve in the way it has in the last, like, 5, 6 years, but even the last, like, 1, 2 years, my friend, is like, I speak of this very openly that I think there's many pivotal moments in my life where I experienced very powerful, what I would call quantum shifts, or maybe we'll call them quantum portals, where you enter this one portal and you come on another side, where things shift so rapidly in your perspective, variables in your life, that you kind of look at your life and you're like, oh, I don't think things operate the same way we might think they do. You know, we think, oh, time is controlling things. Linear one-dimensional variables are controlling things. But then if you look deeper and when you see your life make shifts that crack open the model, suddenly you realize that everything's a lot more influential and multi-dimensional than you can imagine. If that makes sense. Start Shallow Bellow. Cult of Heath Ledger. Cult version of Heath Ledger. Nice. Sure, bro. I don't know what that means, but I'll take that as a high praise. This 6-foot chain. I don't know what's that. I'm super confused there, friend. Let's, oh. Ah. That's what we need to do. Of course. It's so simple. Let's give it a little bit of this. A little bit. My speakers are unfortunately not as dope as well, they're just kind of cooked. But if that got experience, if they got that experience too, they should make adults. But if not, I think there should be a lot of people that are going to be depressed, taking their lives. So the extension of that. Dope. Oh yes. So if they got that experience too, then they make it as adults. Yeah. But a lot of people are going to be depressed, taking their lives. You see, Madeline, yes, to some degree. You know, I don't think people become depressed, not necessarily because, I don't know, of circumstance, situations. Absolutely, some things are depressing. But no, I think people fundamentally become depressed because they don't They don't see the larger picture, and they can't understand within their felt experience, but also within their beliefs. They don't understand how much power they have. People become depressed because they feel trapped, right? They feel maybe like they feel like this sense of, I don't know, some sort of larger context removed from them, and they feel fragmented. It's almost like people become depressed because they feel fragmented. And I use this word a lot. We're not talking about, I don't know what your definition of fragmentation is, but when we talk about why people are almost like brainwashed and manipulated by social media, is the fundamental product of this is fragmentation. It's them splitting off the fundamental way that we experience things. So whether we're talking about intimacy, connection, communication, maybe perceiving the masculine, perceiving the feminine, the most dangerous thing that I think translates into depression is not, it's like, people say the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. That's true. The opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference. It's misconception, it's misunderstanding. It's being fragmented, having your perception distorted to where you really don't fundamentally even understand the most foundational things. And again, this is why social media, on many rights, it is the depressing factor. Your relationship with your phone is a depressant. It will depress the deeper dimension of how things are because it's reinforcing the narrative that we basically don't have the ability to actually just, I don't know, experience life or be human beings. It's fragmenting things. It's like splitting off these fundamental truths of what things are, and it does this over and over and over and over again. So I think it's almost like, yes, people, unfortunately, if people choose to take their lives or they get to that place, I don't think that's a variable we have a lot of control over. Obviously mental health is a crisis. Like that's a nervous system dysregulation is a real thing. Dopaminergic and serotogenic dysregulations are very real things. But I think the reason why people are like suffering on a deep level, and that's where again, I think the answer, like let's be real here. If you're asking me on some fundamental level, I'm not sure if you're asking or this is the answer to what this potential question would be, is the answer is authenticity. The answer is authenticity. It's authentic expression. Like what penetrates the deep unconscious programming that is fear-based, that is controlling, that is manipulative, that makes people think, they believe in delusions that are fear-based, like, oh yeah, the phone and social media world is all that is. Or they think that, but connection, intimacy is XYZ defined by social media or defined by these weird one-dimensional narratives. The answer is authenticity. It is authenticity over and over and over again. It's authentic expression. It's authentically expressing your truth. It's authentically expressing your truth via music. It's literally learning to empower and honor authentic expression. So if a person is a child or a adolescent, they go through their lives reinforcing beliefs where they think they're super depressed, which they probably are because of social media programming and all this bullshit, and they sit there and live their lives to a point where they think there's no other way out. The answer is, the fact is, they have more ability to just authentically express their truth. Like the answer is a penetrating level of authentic expression that is very important. And I'll be honest, this is also why, a lot of people, they find a haven, they find a healthy catharsis in music, because a lot of musicians, whether we're talking about, rock stars or rappers even, or freaking country stars or pop stars or whatever, these people are unapologetically authentic. They're penetrating the programming. They're saying what they think. They're saying what they feel, even if it's wrong, even if it's a bad idea to do it. They're just doing it anyways. They're being radically authentic. And the answer is why a lot of people, or this the solution to why a lot of people are depressed from being fragmented and having these weird broken belief systems, is they need authenticity. They need to embody their authenticity. They need to learn to exercise expressing their authentic truth. This is the absolute piece of it. So sure, phones are unfortunately a tool or a vessel or a messenger that will perpetuate people suppressing their authenticity. But of course, this has been happening far before that. But phones are just an amplifier. And as is will be AI, unfortunately. Very likely. Maybe it'll do some more complex thing, but what do you think about AI making full songs in seconds? Yeah, welcome to this live stream, dog. I'm sure I know you heard I was going off on a nice tangent about various things, but I just actually spoke about that to Pisces. But legitimately, yeah. I mean, I'll articulate this in a brief piece. Is I think that most people on a deep level don't understand what AI is doing to their developmental center, to their motivation centers of their brain. Like even if if people even argue, oh no, but AI is a tool, Suno or whatever bullshit, AI contraption is a tool. You can use it as a tool. You can studio record your music without needing a bandmates and have a blah 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 blah, whatever bullshit arguments they want to throw out there. Sure, sure, cool, amazing, wonderful. But you do realize most people are not going to take that route. You do realize that most people are going to abuse the shit out of something like an AI program that makes music. They're going to destroy their developmental centers. They're going to destroy their motivation centers. They're going to do that all day long until that's a collective normality. That is inevitable with this kind of garbage technology. And the answer is yeah. Is there a future for musicians? Yes. But I don't think it's going to unfortunately look like what has historically worked. It's just like how the 70s and 80s, you can no longer confidently succeed as like a touring musician. Maybe you can, maybe you're an outlier, maybe I don't know, it works for you, but most musicians probably can't succeed as a touring musician, making money off records and Spotify or whatever. And even then, Spotify changed the nature of how musicians made income from that. But now it's like AI, unfortunately, is probably going to change the nature of how your average musician is going to be able to succeed in various ways. I think people with discipline, with devotion, with core, I'd say, values, that usually are musicians, right? People that are devoted musicians usually are those things. They're going to be okay. They're going to succeed no matter what. They're going to learn to apply themselves, adapt. They have a role in this modern world. And strangely enough, I'm a interesting example of. For me, I've been a musician for most of my life. I've loved every part of my journey. I've been just cultivating, evolving. I do various performance arts. For me, the answer is clear. I want to be a full-time music YouTuber. Like it's literally, and it's gonna happen. Like this is the die has been set. It's like I'm in this place where I'm doing everything in my power to evolve a creative space that is revolving around musicians. It's revolving around, as I spoke of, authenticity to penetrate the programming for those that are locked in it, because that's another huge issue that we as people and creatives are experiencing. So yeah, I think musicians will succeed in other ways. We may not, unfortunately, be able to conventionally succeed as we once have, but I think those that are devoted, disciplined, dedicated human beings, they are going to succeed in other rights. So sure, if Suno, which again, big thumbs down to Suno, fuck Suno, but I think there's a deeper problem that's going to come at play, and this is the weird thing. And again, this is just my, rambling and riffing, but the thing is, Suno or not, if people choose to use Suno, abuse it, don't abuse it, doesn't even matter. If people are going to abuse their motivation centers of the brain, they're going to abuse their creative centers, their developmental centers, that is going to translate horrendously, no matter what. So basically what I'm saying is, I believe, kind of a prediction, that if people are going to confide in using Suno versus those that are like, you know what, I don't think I want to use some weird AI Suno bullshit, I'm going to try to succeed outside of that, the people that are devoted, disciplined, have core values that are strong, are dedicated human beings, they're going to succeed in various other avenues. Just like the people that choose to mindlessly consume and support Suno or whatever the fuck you want to use, that are destroying their brain's fundamental centers, they're probably going to fail in various avenues, invariably. This is just what I predict. But who knows? I truly know, my own reality of where I'm taking. And again, I'm confident in my ability to succeed as an artist no matter what. But yeah, kind of bizarre. Bro, crack the code for real, talking about perspective. Sweet. That's beautifully said. It's because it's so important that we make more music to reconnect with our feelings and be more and more important. It will be more and more important. Yeah, I mean, the intuitive feeling of what, we can expect in the future is that yes, humans, I would love to believe, we're never going to dishonor the primal human experience. Like, we can deviate from it, we can stray from it, we can pretend that all these AI oversaturated technological loops are what we sort of want as humans, but there's going to come to a crisis point, and I think we're already in the process of discovering this. There's going to get a fundamental point where we're going to, like, wait, we didn't want any of this shit. Like, we didn't want any of this weird, devolved, oversaturated bullshit. We wanted, like, we as humans, we do desire to honor the, like, primordial, if you will, human experience. Like, literally just simple things: honoring nature, connecting, expressing, building tribes and communities, loving and honoring each other. Like, we as humans, we can't disconnect ourselves from our primal core values and our primal core essence. We just can't. So I'd love to believe that, yes, there will be pivotal moments where people will be like, man, like, how have we strayed so far from what's actually important? And 1000%, genuine artistry, genuine expression is a part of that. It's a huge part of that. And even almost as people like Terence McKenna says, he believes that's the answer. It's like the returning to the sacred shamanic context of the artist is the answer to the modern strife or the modern all this bullshit. It's like Terence McKenna very beautifully articulated this. It's like the artist. It's literally all of us. All of us as artists, as creative expressionists. That is literally the key factor that will bring us forward as a society. He believed, and I believe that too. So that. Have you tried Sunoprenium? No, bro. Have you tried Sunoprenium? Even the pros use it now. That's horrendous, Pisces. All I can say is that's a giant L. No, bro. I mean, again, let's be real here. I'm a very fortunate dude that I don't need Suno. And anyway, right. Like, if I want to learn to produce and master music, I will do that myself. If I want to compose music, oh no, I don't have creative inspiration. Guess what? I'm going to figure out how to do that in an organic way. People have done this for fucking lifetimes. And yeah, bro, you can advocate and argue all day long, and maybe, who knows, maybe you're one of the slim percentage of people that won't become completely brain fried and developmentally lost from something like Suno. Maybe you are, probably you aren't, but I'm not going to promote that shit. I'm not going to promote and advocate the almost like the massive farce that is something like Suno. Like, AI as a whole, let's be real, there's some elements to it, I'm sure, that are good, comprehensive, practical, truly practical. Suno, I really don't believe is one of them. Like, dude, you realize the motherfucker that created Suno is some dude that's a tech giant that claims to be a musician. That's like, oh yeah, I'm musically inclined, but I'm a tech giant, billionaire fuck, and he literally just created Suno. And he's just like, hey guys, wouldn't it be so cool if we could monopolize and like compartmentalize this weird, messed up AI future? He's trying to create this movement. He's trying very hard. Who knows? He may succeed. But the dude that created Suno is a piece of shit. Like, he is. And I don't like to be so, overt and cussing and blah, blah, but this is truth. Like, I'll be honest, friends. I don't know why you want to promote. Like, even if we talk about Suno, AI, music application, no. But, dude, the guy that created Suno, man, I don't know. I'm not going to promote that. You can argue all day long. I'm the outlier. I'm a fortunate dude that's a musician, but an artist for literally 16, coming up 17 years. I've been exploring many creative modalities. I don't need Suno, even to the slightest degree. Many people can't, unfortunately, express that. They think that, yeah, there's an application, let's explore, let's do it. But I don't want to promote that. I really, really, really don't. Yeah. So I always see the positive side of life. Unfortunately, people close to me don't think that way. That sucks, bro. Well, all I can say to Alasar is all you need is one, bro. Like, all you really need is to literally just find one, like, extraordinary, beautiful human being. Or you can find it in friends or kindred spirits, but, I think in my experience, you can live a lifetime where, you're almost like your perception of how you define human beings, for the better and for the worse, is rigid, and you think, but like, this is my standard of humans, and this is what it makes a good or bad human, or something like that, right? But all it takes is one human being to split open your perception, to make you realize how beautiful human beings as a whole are, and basically, paradoxically, it basically transcends your entire standard of how you experience human beings. Again, I won't talk about this too much in depth, because this is, it's a little bit of a tangent, but experiencing relationships, like the true application of like a spiritual application, if you will, of relationships, of attracting romantic partners, or even just we can, step outside of the model of romantic partnership, of experiencing a fellow human being. It's a very powerful quest that I think is almost like a paradox in the nature of it. It's hard to trust people these days. Yeah. Yeah. I feel you. I feel I hear you, dog. Let's turn that one. Let's give it a little bit of this. I think musicians have more chance than ever because of AI. It just shows that music industry is too predictable by individual music, and our music will definitely become more precious. Yeah, I know that's a beautiful perspective. Is that like if we predict that everyone desires to like let's use Suno all day long, mainstream music becomes like, a regular thing. Everyone can create a pop song with lyrics, and everyone's creating bangers, and all the top radio hits are all just AI music. True, it will make actual genuine creativity like a fucking rare diamond, So maybe that's a beautiful thing we can move on to. I don't know. I think AI is very far off from making the music that I make, and even if they do, I don't think AI will ever be able to make the energy of who I am, But who knows? Like, I don't know. I don't like to think about these things too deeply because I think it's what a time to join a random streamer. What a time indeed, Hey, man, no time like right now. So you just play and sing, or is it all just a prop? It is a prop. You got me, dog. I've never played guitar in my life. I hold this guitar because it makes me look cool, and I just really want to be cool, bro. That's it. You're right. I'm a fraud. I've never played guitar. You don't go to my channel. There won't be me teaching guitar and showing original compositions. Just don't do that. That's all. It's all smoke and mirrors. You've got me. I'm a fraud. I dress like this because I want to be cool. I'm not a musician. Not a lifelong musician. That's fake. You got me. You got me. No, but I'm just dialoguing here, dude. I'm like listening. I'm like to listen to my audience right here. I should probably stray a little bit from there. So we cut out the emotions of our surroundings by the tune being played and go to a party, play fast songs, then slow song, unconscious control. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, I don't know if any of you guys are actually members of the dance community. You're dancers, I'm a tutter, essentially. I do popping, locking, liquid, animation. I do lots of dance. That's a huge part of my life. And I don't know about you, but I have zero interest in dancing or connecting via dance, let alone obviously the live music community, with anyone that's trying to perpetuate or basically operate out of an AI realm. So we can look forward to some degree that I think the future that we have in us is going to be communities of people that are honoring the real world human experience even further, because shit like AI will probably invite a different layer of that. Well, who knows? Maybe we'll have this horrendous AI exclusive music shows or some stupid crap. I don't know. I think I'm going to officially close the book on AI talking at all. As I like to not comment too deeply. It's been fun exploring perspectives. I appreciate you guys listening. Appreciate you guys sharing on stuff related to AI, but I'm going to officially drop the topic. So learning also a lot from your views, perspectives, and conversation, bro. Thank you. Thank you, dog. I just try to keep it real. Just, I don't know. Take it all with a grain of salt, but I'm just speaking what I feel. I'm just trying to practice authentic expression. Personally, I think music is shit. You're probably, yeah. That's strong intuition. Play a fast song about hummus, humans fighting machines. How about no? Thank you, but no. Yeah. So what really drives humans to music? Let's see, it drives us to music. Our humans is music is both perfection and the imperfections. I really agree with that, yeah. I mean, you have heard of Square Pusher, a bassist doing D&B with drum and machines. Right. Not too familiar. Interesting. That's sure. I think everything, yeah, bro. Intuitively, The Last Stand of Machines is what you're hearing here, but I need more Rosen for that. But yeah, I mean, in summary, in conclusion, let's just hope we can be optimistic. Human expression will prevail. You know, those of you that, or those that align themselves with what it means to be a human, let's just hope that we're the ones that are allowing ourselves to, you know, live happy lives and prevail and help the future generations, I don't know, learn the mistakes that they're probably going to make. Wow, that sounds jarring with that attack. Hello. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Bad comment. Don't listen to the haters. Sounds like a good person. Thank you. I don't listen to haters, and I don't really have many. But I got some, I'm sure, and they're not really haters. They're just confused trolls. Yeah. But fortunately, I'm not one to really experience much hatred. I'm sure it exists, though. Probably about people that hate themselves, though. Getting warmed up here. I think I need to get some water. Welcome to this live stream. Welcome to this live stream. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Nice. Thank you for the advices. Yeah, bro. Yeah, take it all with a grain of salt. But, you know, I try to share my perspective. Because, you know, it's just how I I have time to listen to the band Cultura Prophetica. Not yet. Cultura Prophetica. Interesting. Hold up. It's interesting. Alasar, someone actually shared that same band. Like a gentleman I met last night. The dude was like, that must have been 20 years older than me. Unless you are him, but I don't think so. Yeah, you've been here before. Cultura Prophetica. Someone else highly recommended. Yeah. Cultura. Interesting. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger. don't know, rad man. I don't know what to tell you, my guy. Man, though, all I can say, just the pure excitement. Let's check. I'm going to check right now when my UPS thing says. Hopefully in the next hour or two, my Ibanez Red Burst Eclipse guitar is supposed to be here today. Hopefully it's going to be delivered on time. But let's see. So between 2:15 and 6:15. Your package is running late, but it's still on the way. Okay. Damn, UPS just is trash, bro. 15 push-ups, man. Nah, bro. It feels to devilish fungus. It feels like a 30 minutes, timeout, yeah. But yeah, no, that's the new thing. I mean, I've been on Streamer for like 5 months now, and I like to just like let people air out their baggage, their truth, their projections, whatever. But new thing is, if people just say irrelevant nonsense, they're just being unhinged for the sake of being unhinged, not adding to the conversation, probably not my target audience. I probably don't give a shit about them, being on this channel. I'm just going to immediately, like not even thinking twice, I'm going to throw you a 10, 20, 30-minute timeout just for the sake of, I don't want to ban you, friend. Like, you're welcome to air out your perspective on why you're such a weird, unhinged piece of garbage. But just feel free to just hang about. You can participate in this chat here. But yeah, I'm just going to toss around those timeouts for people that are just kind of, like the homie there, just asking. I don't know, he's probably just trolling, but like, I don't know why people desire to like hate on people. Yeah, that was a cool style of music. Are you playing with a tuning fork? No, I mean, I have a tuning fork, but no, this is a violin bow. Yeah. Word, that's awesome, bro. Nice. Of course, yeah, no, for some reason I didn't make that connection, but brilliant. It's so weird, again, like, I can't express enough how, like, the experience of just seeing a screen and seeing screen names is like, it just doesn't do justice. It's like the experience of human beings is just so much more profound. But no, I went to sleep, woke up, drank a bunch of cacao, went on the stream. So have not yet listened to the band, but it's definitely on my radar, my dog. Yeah. That's a cool style of that. Yeah. We'd say that to their face. Who say what? What's good? What's good, brother? Can you explain how it works and where I can get one? Yeah, absolutely. I would love to. I would absolutely love to. Basically, this is a similar prototype of this. It's a Picasso bow. So it's a Picasso bow. It's like a violin bow, but this one's a knockoff version you can get off Amazon. But remotely, yeah, you basically do this thing where you strike the string, you apply rosin. I use violin rosin here. So you want to kind of just like activate the rosin, kind of sand it down a bit. Apply the rosin, and then you strike it. Yeah, you want to strike it in very specific spots. Very similar to where you strike harmonics. Let's give it like a nice even. Brilliant. But yeah, bro, that's basically the gist of it. It's very easy. It's like $30 for this beautiful Picasso bow. I mean, it's not actually, the Picasso bow itself is like a little bit more if you get it from the official site, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so confused, though, to judge Dan. I'm going to toss you, give you the 5 seconds, because again, I just like openly expressed. If people are wasting the chat space, not actually adding value, and just trying to like, not be relevant in the chat space, I'm just going to throw you in timeout just for the sake of, just trying to organize the comment section. But I guess Judge was saying something about what I say in person. Of course, I would say anything. If you're saying would the other person say, obviously, hate speech to myself in person, I'm sure they would, but I'm sure that would not be met with it would be very different interaction. Loving these though. Yeah, it's crazy though. I play the musical saw and bow, or I play the musical. Nice. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice sound, honestly. The most important part you can learn to apply is really just like getting the right rosin. Like this is actually D'Ardio. It's D'Ardio violin rosin. Get it also on Amazon. So legitimately, if you were so inclined, just purchase guitar bow. Search that on Amazon. Get D'Ardio light violin rose. The dark one's also really good. That's like the most important element. Because it'll sound like dog shit if you just don't rosin it properly. Hey, thank you. Yeah, dude, that's the thing is, well, you can do that if you really focus it. You can do like one side of it. I can't do it very well. You can basically play with both sides of the violin bow. I usually just do one side. Yeah, it's a very diverse tool. So honestly, this was actually the key element of key focus of what my busking routine was basically having that and like really learning to hone that and integrate that with backtracks. It was dope. It was a great piece. I would meet many musicians that would just be intrigued and be like, wow, that's crazy what you're doing. And they would just stop and, yeah, want to figure out what it is. Good times. I feel I need to like coordinate that skip. That's crazy though about this UPS late notice. I hope they just come sooner than later. That's crazy. So if it was supposed to be here from 2 to 6 and they said it's going to be later than usual. That means it could be here at like 7 o'clock. Yeah. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I love this hat too, man. It's great. You're hitting those lost solfeggio frequencies with the bow. Interesting. I suppose, yeah. It's like definitely it's definitely adding like a lot of dimension. Such a great prop, yeah. The button, the busker. No. Button, the busker. Never heard of him, man. There's a few, like the few core buskers that I'm familiar with is naturally Morph and what's her name? Tasha Sultana. And a few others. But those are like the core ones that have like inspired me. And Stas Ton, he's not even like a busker, but he was a busker. Yeah, Stas is just a legend. He's just inspired me a lot, yeah. like a good musician. Nice. I don't know how to play the Four Blondes. Yeah, I'm not familiar with how to perform that. Yeah, no, it's crazy. This hat, I swear, I just got it a few days ago. But it very much like, designed it, a number of weeks back. And I feel like, for whatever reason, it really just lets me feel more expressive. Like when I'm writing certain types of music, I don't know why. It's like, it just really invites me to just like unapologetically vocalize or just like, just lean into some really dynamic genres. Very nice. Exceptional. Well, I think we're going to probably wrap up in the next 5 minutes or so because it's been pushing about 2.5 hours, but this has been chill. I've loved this entirety of this. Thank you, Shooting Star. Thank you, thank you. What kind of bow, and do you only do bows in one strings? Do you bow one string? This is a violin. It's a miniature violin bow that was made for the guitar. And yeah, pretty much. You typically just do one. You can target more than one, but that's not very accurate. But of course, as it is, you can do legatos very effectively with this. So it's like, you do like some sort of hammer-on, pull-off, tapping combination. Good stuff. Have you tried handpan? I've tried it. I actually want to get a tongue drum. If I could afford it, I would definitely get a handpan. I can only imagine this would be great on LSD. Honestly, especially this style is really chill on magic mushrooms, but honestly, I find when I'm on shrooms, I often just play like very gentle progressions. Like it's just like everything is like everything's just slowly. Sounds nice though. That's often how I'd play if I was on shrooms. Heath Ledger. I think we both know Heath's not here, unfortunately. Yeah. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger. He's great. He was great. Told you I've lost my creativity for a couple days back. Switched up my patterns and bam, got it back. Huh. It was just a decent walk in the woods. That's dope, dude. That's great, Captain K. Like, holy shit. That really is it sometimes. Like, I swear, for a period, I would songwrite almost exclusively in alternate tunings. Strictly because I found myself, creatively blocked, where I was like, man, if when I just play in alternate tunings, I can really get outside of my head and just make simple connections on writing music or improvising, and eventually, yeah, it's like it becomes a very beautiful place. You just open creative energy, extremely creative, and your sound should be used to help calm people. Seems to work on me. Yo, thank you, dog, thank you, Billy. Yeah, yeah. That's basically what I'm bringing here to this channel. I'm bringing music that has been like healing and meditative for me, and really trying to like center that around what I'm creating this channel on, and just teaching guitar. It's, passing on the torch. Maybe I should do that. I did this thing before. I would record the stuff I'm doing, and then I would record. I'm gonna record what I'm doing here. Maybe just take this segment down, just for fun, just in case I want to take these compositions for later. I think that might need to be dialed in a little bit differently, but that was pretty good. Mastering music. It's just a weird, different parallel. My cat is chill. Nice. Yeah, my cat is usually in here too with me. She's just like super chill. Whoa. What's going on here? There we go. I think I actually went a little bit out of tune here. Yeah, that's good though. Okay, let's record that. Let's start. Game of Thrones, Yellow music. Yeah, bro, it makes sense. It's very resonant with that. Where'd you get the mini violin bow like this? Picasso bow, or just search guitar violin bow on the internet. Yeah. Or Amazon. Rosin for that. Welcome to this live stream. Welcome to this live stream. You think, what the F you think you look like? I look like me, bro. I look like a guy. like a dude. He's a musician. Very nice. Tuning to 532 Hertz, the frequency of love requires chromatic tuner set to reference pitch of A44 Hertz. Adjust your tuner to A44.1 and tune to the C5 note. Interesting. Well, I figured out the way to tune to 432 Hertz very easily. Well, basically, there's a very specific section on where the note basically becomes the next note on my tuner on my guitar. So I can find 432 very easily, and I can find 444 very easily. So I feel like there must be a way to figure out that in the similar realm. Hard to Please, maybe Distorted. Maybe, I don't know. August Rush, yeah, I love August Rush. I actually never watched that movie until recently, but everyone was telling me about August Rush, and then I just checked it out. Amazing movie. Beautiful, beautiful movie. Am I a fan of guitar pedals? Honestly, I'm a fan. I don't really own many guitar pedals, but I just purchased an Ibanez that's supposed to arrive today, so I think I should become a fan of guitar pedals. I think Ibanez's, I've heard, will sound really good with guitar pedals, so I'm not. So Hard to Please, loop and play. Hard, okay. I was Mandarin Princess in a past life. Okay, okay. Group from the 60s, might enjoy English called The Incredible String Band. Nice. That sounds like an interesting recommendation. The Incredible String. Incredible String Band. Huh. Everything's Fine right now. 2020 remaster. 2010. Interesting. The 60s seemed like a very interesting time, like such a, I mean, obviously the brink of what came to the 70s. Very coarse, very coarse. Please check them out. Nice. Yeah, I popped that on my Google, so once I'm off stream, I'll definitely give that a go. I can't tell from anonymous anonymo, which seems already like a cowardly move, but I can't tell if you're telling me something, if you're giving me some advice or you're commenting on hats. I don't know, but I think, I'll be honest, got this hat 3 days ago. Love this hat deeply. I feel like it's a beautiful expression.
I'm dealing with.
Oh, YouTube's just doing a thing.
What a horror.
Oh, yeah, but nah, dog, I got to say, I've realized a lot in the last couple days that, one, a lot of people, for whatever reason, are profoundly suppressed in their ability to express themselves. And it feels like for the weird 1% or 2% that happens to try to, you know, be like, man, like XYZ, this, that about the hat. I love this hat. It's a, you know, it's a beautiful, beautiful hat. I designed every part of it. I love the color. I love the look. It seems like a lot of people, for whatever reason, really suppress themselves. Like they suppress what they say, what they wear, how they express their truth. They're just suppressed as fuck. And I don't know, when people, you know, comment or whine about the hat, it seems like they're just revealing their hand. They're just like, hey, I'm suppressed. I'm a suppressed dude. I don't dress expressively. You know, I want to dress as some weird one-dimensional, boxed, suppressed dude. And that's okay. Like, hey, bro, it's okay. We've all been there. I was 12 years old. When I was 11, 12 years old, I felt the same way. You know, I was 11, 12 years old. I was literally so afraid to express myself, like genuinely just express myself. And obviously, too, you know, I can rock this hat because I'm also a performance artist. I've been a musician, performer for like 17 years. Like, I've been doing various realms of it. So, I don't know. For me, this is just a part of, this is easy for me to, it's a natural part of my energy, my expression. But obviously, you know, you gotta understand that to get that. Thank you for listening to the music. Check out the Hangman's Beautiful Daughter album. Interesting. That bass note is really ringing. Continue being as you, man. I'm out. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, dog. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, I guess I like to just, no matter what, you'll see the core intention of this channel often is me to just be authentic with my words. Like, you know, I'm just going to be very penetrating. I'm just saying what I feel, say what I think is really relevant. And yeah, it's like these are things that I think are very universal. Like, there's so much we can learn from the outward projections that people try to attach to us. You know, if someone's like, revealing their hand about this projection or negatively projecting that, I like to be very curious about what, you know, what inspires people to do this, that, the other thing. And, we can learn a lot from those things. Even the people that, again, that are not very well intended. Understand and bound around the world with a feather hat in the future. Interesting, interesting. Thanks. What guitar do I play? This is a Yamaha, yeah. No, that's cool. I mean, homie's revealed his hand, he's revealed his cards. And now he hasn't got much. We'll just give him a little 10-minute timeout. Because I've only been, my streams, they go on little waves, but the last like 3-4 days, they've kind of just like gone in a direction where the algorithm, for whatever reason, has just been blessing me with views and whatever. So I've noticed as I got a larger audience, I feel like I want to be very, very direct with the way I approach people that are, just spreading negativity, projecting negativity. And again, what I'm simply doing is, if people like Michael, are just trying to, I don't know, almost say some unhinged, irrelevant nonsense that's not contributing to the chat, or basically he's filling up the comment section with nonsense, the comments that aren't relevant, I'm just going to immediately throw him a 5-10 minute timeout. I'm not going to ban him, I'm not going to remove his ability to comment, but I'm going to give him like 5-10 minutes to sit there and, I don't know, clue in to what this actual chat's about, clue into the dialogue if he desires to. Just a timeout, you can think about what he's done. And if he returns and he's still being a dickhead, then it's, c'est la vie. I mean, then he'll just get a 24-hour timeout. And he wasn't really even being a dickhead. He was just requesting that I focus on playing the music, not talking. Even though it's my stream, I'll do whatever I want, whenever I want. I'm here to play music. I love playing music. I love connecting with people through music. But I'm also here to hold space, to create a community portal where people are safe to express themselves. Part of that is me expressing myself, right? And for some reason, Michael didn't really seem to, it went a little bit over his head, and that's okay. He's probably not my target audience anyways. Those bass notes, but they're ringing way out. Sort of like ear to or horsehead fiddle sounds. I'm gonna try to incorporate that bow in Travis picking of Chinese folk music. Nice, I highly recommend. I mean, again, it's like if you rosin it properly and you get like the right angle, and I like to use like a little bit of this reverb in here, then you can create some extremely natural violin, cello sounds. It's like a delicate balance, though. It's nice, though. Thank you. I believe if you just search guitar violin bow, like literally just guitar violin bow, there's a couple of them, but this is the one you want, the one that looks like this. There's one that's like a little different looking, and it's cheaper, but you want this one. I feel like I gotta tune this down a slight step to kind of achieve that. Thank you. And thank you. Something. Love the style, very melodic. Sick, thank you, bro. Used to play drums at distant past, can get into them. Appreciate that. GTA Media Production. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I don't know how to play Megadeth. I primarily do just original music and improv. I also just don't want to get copyrighted by any means. No thanks. Yeah. Improv. Thank you. Yes, improv. About time to see a live stream. Worthwhile. Nice. Bought time. Wow. Legendary. Yeah, welcome to this channel. Welcome, friends. Yeah, it's dope though having, on these streams, usually I have limited stream views. When I was under 1,000, basically from what I know, YouTube would limit your stream views. And this is like the first time probably in a bit where I'm really exercising the unlimited stream viewership. So I don't know, I have no idea how many views I'll achieve. Probably higher than usual. That'll be great. Which is great, because I need watch hours. This little layout's not working for this. It's like ambience, Last of Us. Yeah, I love Heath. I love Last of Us. I'm just mixing up words. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Heath Ledger's a beaut. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger. Yeah. Thank you, Stereo Sauna. Thank you. Nice. Have fun at work. I mean, yeah, appreciate you chiming in, dog. Thank you, dog. I'm feeling it very much. Yeah, sure. Love to say that you look like Heath. Nice. I think the long hair and the face structure really crystallizes it. Yeah. Is this? I've actually thought of, for the fun of it, just doing a Heath Ledger impression, like learning to do an Australian accent, just going full Heath Ledger mode. But yeah, it's this, brother. It basically is like violin bow, and you get this little weird. This mark I popped on there. That's not a part of it, but I just do that so I can know what the optimal side is. But very much, yeah. You just want this little one. There's only really this one. You can't miss it. Those artificial harmonics are not landing. The thing I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this. Replace that. Usually I use a thumb pick. That's, my thumbnail. But my thumbnail actually broke when I was doing strength training. So I use this 3D printed thumbnail, which works pretty well. It doesn't work as well as a normal thumbnail because it's like exact, but let's see. Rosen is, it's all about the Rosen. I've also, if you haven't seen, I have a D'Ardio light violin Rosen. That's like key. The Rosen that comes with the bow is not very good. It works technically, but this is like way better. Yeah. Okay. That's way better. Yeah. Axl Rose of One of Spiritual Journey. Nice. Yeah, I haven't seen Axl Rose in a while. I think young Axl Rose. I think he's how I look. Axl Rose. Yeah, like young. Yeah, young Axl. Yeah. I got the similar hair, I'd say. So I'm kind of half watching a stream, making a video. That's cool. That's cool, dog. I'm just stream grinding, in a sense. Usually I stop at about 2.5 hours, but I have a feeling my viewership is like, the algorithm is supporting it, so might as well just keep going. On that quest for 4,000 watch hours. Hey, Axl Rose, yeah, there's that. There's another video with one that's sticking out, but it's a horsehair. Yeah, you want the one that looks like that. The other one, I don't know. I've never used it, but this is the one I've used for like 4 years or something, and it's much better. This is what I've used, but the darker one. Darker rosin. Honestly, the darker rosin works very well too, actually. I like the darker rosin. Only thing I'm missing now is violin strings. Or the MIDI board violin strings. That's what I was doing with the other dynamic. Where did it go? There it is, of course. Might as well hook this up for the sake of improvisation. Nice. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's high praise. I feel, yeah, Heath Ledger's dope as fuck. It's funny because I work in film actually as like background acting primarily and some regular acting, but I'm very novice to that. But I get Heath Ledger all the time. I was just like, it's Heath, and he's a legend. So. What have I got here? There we are. This might work. Bro, do you work creates content or just one at a time? If you do both, what do you recommend for doing both? I do film, so I have an agent that I accept work on my own time, but my core thing is, I mean, I like working in film because it's fun. It's a beautiful community. It actually makes me a better guitarist because I bring my guitar to film sets and then I just chill, meet actors, eat fruit, do acting and whatever. But my intention is actually to be a full-time content creator, like, which will happen the next like few weeks actually as well. Not full-time content creator, but I'll be monetized, and once I become monetized, the goal in about 3 months is to probably hit about 10,000 subscribers, do full-time streams, make a full-time income, and then basically within about a year, I just want to travel the world, be a streamer, teach guitar, but also, do everything else. I do performance gigs, I'm sure, on my own time. So the idea is I'm transitioning out of working in film. And film is right now kind of slow. Like I do commercials. Like if people, want to cast me in a commercial, I'll do that. But I'm focusing all my energy, like all of it, into, well, music and becoming a content creator. So that's kind of the goal. It's working for me. It's also, this has been many years of like studying YouTube, cultivating my vision, and then really actualizing it. But yeah, my quintessential job is very free form, and I can accept it or decline it whenever I want. So it works. It works. What's good? What's good, Xavier? Ashe movement. Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you, Xavier. Some cool sounds, as well as a shout out to my son, Maximus. Thank you, brother. Thank you. And yes, shout out Maximus. What a dope name. Shout out Maximus. Wicked. Thank you, Stereo. Thank you, Dog. Nice. Bro, that's that. Movie sounds. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, movie sounds is the move, bro. I love movies. I love like movie scores. That's like a huge part of my inspirations, I'd say. Like very much Hans Zimmerman, pretty much everything Hans Zimmerman does. The Oppenheimer movie score. The sound should be in the movies. Thank you, miss. Thank you, Shooting Star. Absolutely. I think, well, that's actually, I've realized since I've been a YouTuber this last year, well, this last year I've realized I'd love to do movie scores. Like I think the future of where I can see myself creating stuff is I'd love to, yeah, compose for like video games and movie scores. It's a goal that I think, yeah, one day I'll achieve. But it's just a thing I kind of recognize that it'd be super fun. And I think I can do it, Wicked. It's funny seeing myself. There I am. It's this guy. Whoa. It's funny seeing myself. There I am. It's this guy. Nice. Put up, down, pick up, put up worked for me because the pace of the song. Oh, okay. Playing works fine, or maybe it was called a multi, an echo effect. Interesting. It's a preamp, yes sir. Preamp. Yeah, it's a preamp here. Tone with amp. It's like a natural preamp, stretches out the resonance patterns. That's where I want to go. Oh. Pickups of that, dude, shouts that. I would actually make some music with you. Play the guitar a little bit myself and the drums. Thank you, dog. Appreciate that, buddy. I mean, yeah, let's stay in contact, dog. I mean, I know for like a fact, like in the next like week or so, or the next coming weeks, I'm focusing a lot of my energy on learning to collaborate with friends in the real world. Like I have friends, be it content, musicians, creators. I'm trying to like learn to collaborate. So in the moment, I'm just collaborating, or I'm learning to navigate those waters of navigating to collaborate with people in the real world. But I want to collaborate as much as humanly possible, like in the future. Once I learn how to kind of apply that and navigate that. So again, it's spelled wrong. Yeah, I feel you. Speech to text. Speech to text. I wish I had something to put my videos from the Nikon on the computer. Right. Interesting. Yeah, I have a nice Nikon camera myself. I never use it anymore, like a DSLR. But yeah, I think I need to get to using. I mean, my Google Pixel phone is actually pretty much as high quality as the Google Pixel, or as quality as the DSLR. Oh damn, my camera or my phone is actually on low battery. Let's change that. Let's charge this baby. There we go. Perfect. Charged and all set. Now it'll never run out, more or less. Nice. The drums, and this is Beyond Rhythm. Wicked, yeah, it's I play a very like strange multi-rhythm style where it's like rhythm is there, but it's more like I'm using rhythmic elements to kind of like to accent stuff. It's yeah, it just is, yeah. Every day, and I'll be attribute that. Good Quick is literally playing every day. The only thing that hurt me was like my fingers physically needed a break. I see. Yeah, I'm fortunate. I have very strong fingers. Like I do lots of like finger dancing and handstand training, and I train my hands a lot. And guitar is a part of that, but that's valid. It's good to honor your hands, like learn to, yeah, find the way to let the hands play, you know, long into your old age. It's like longevity, yeah. Man, though, I feel like I'm low-key just gonna start just stream and play until my guitar, my Ibanez guitar arrives. Whenever that is. It says running late. It's on its way. Package is running late, still on its way. That's just, man. Why, UPS? Why? Yes. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that, dog. Sacred G shirt. Nice. Yeah, the sacred geometry, bruv. This is actually, it's a gift. It was a gift. It was a gift that's, yeah, sacred geometry. Nothing to do with substance use, yeah. Got a singer and stop playing guitar. Pretty good. If you get a singer, and stop playing guitar. That's a weird statement, my man. That seems like a backhanded, confused compliment. But yeah, thank you. Hi, napping soon. Here, what did you say that's coming in the mail? Oh, an Ibanez guitar. An Ibanez guitar. Yes, sir. Gonna realize they're slaves and will change the things. Yeah. We can only hope, dog. We can only hope, Marcel. I can only hope maybe I'm trying to help people see through the programming, you know, to some degree. That's, I can only hope. Wonder, I think I've been recording all this the entire time. Oh, no, I haven't. Let's throw it onto a DAW. Let's see how this works. You know what? Yeah, sure, whatever. That kind of works. Kind of works. Welcome, friends. I'm gonna order that bow. Nice. They should have a sponsor. I think this company is a knockoff. This is a knockoff. But if the official company, the Picasso bow, I think they could. In the future, hell, that's part of the fun of trying to be, engaged in being like a full-time YouTuber is like, I just want to be sponsored by everybody. I want to sponsor the dope guitar stuff that I love and promote. I love having, the idea of having a platform is just magic. Oh, that's what I need to do. Let's see. Yeah, I am using a synth here. It's a synth strings pad. Oh, let's flip that off. There we go. Yeah, but I'm using a synth pad. It sounds beautiful. I've been using this for the last little while. So if I'm like here, right? Oh, what happened here? Did I flip off the pad? Oh yeah, I gotta be on record there. That's the thing, is I can't record guitar and play the synth at the same time. Yeah, keyboard. It's a synth. Yeah, it's this baby. Right here. Huh. Phone Video IQ, the extension. What? I used to own Video IQ, an extension. Interesting. Yeah, I think I tried to play around with video IQ when I was like new. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anything to study the algorithm. Like studying YouTube algorithm is like it's a fruitful endeavor. You know, you can surely musical alchemist. Thank you, thank you. Sponsor the sponsor. You have very thin hair, so I see what you mean, though. Nice for modeling. Nice. Yeah, I've been told I got, yeah, what's they call it? Fine hair. I've always seen it as a negative thing as a kid, but yeah. Jacob Collier. I love Jacob Collier. Yeah, that dude is a genius. Strangely enough, Jacob Collier, he's like similar age group. He's like I think a week difference of a birthday. He seems like a very kindred spirit, but different, of course. But yeah, I gotta say, Jacob Collier is a gem. I love that dude. Let's put that there. Whew. Johnny Depp. Nice. Pierre Banvest. Do you perform or just play for yourself? Primarily just play for myself, yeah. I mean, I play the YouTube streams, I busked for a period, and I've done meditative sound journeys. So it's not like a typical performance, but I create like meditative performances. That's actually what I would do in the future. And I feel like that's what attracts me is like I'd like to create meditative journeys like I do here, but for venues. Which again, I've done in the past, but not very much. But I feel like that's what I would like want to focus. And again, not for like I don't think it's like I want to perform necessarily for the sake of performing or making money, but you know, I want to build my ability to make income off of being a creator, off of YouTube. Literally, it's like if I make all the money in the world, don't really need a whole lot of money to like, you know, if I perform, it's going to be for like low cost, literally just for people to experience the experience, right? Who knows? Who knows what the future holds, yeah? Very good. Are you improvising? Yeah, yeah, all of this is improv, yeah. Yeah. Most of what I do on these streams is improv. PR, the band Vast. The band Vast. Huh. Vast. I don't know. Thanks, dog. Which film? Which film? I'm trying to remember which. I get lots of films and things recommended. Yeah. Oh, struck the thing. What reverb? It's nice, nice. Is this is a preamp actually. It's a preamp to the Tonewood amp. Yeah. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. One do I do when I'm practicing is I'll just play random songs. That's just like that are on the radio in my personal library, and then I'll add my own guitar sounds. I was like I was in the band. Yeah, that's awesome, bro. I do that too, but with movie scores and video game soundtracks. Yeah, to Bodhi. I really feel like improv, like the skill of improvising, that's like one of the most powerful channels that you can access. Like if you can do that, you learn a insane amount of music and about music theory and yeah. Again, when I was actually starting this YouTube channel, that's basically what I did strictly was, I created a busking act where I'd improvise off of remixed like video game and movie score soundtracks, and I'd like remix them and make them my own. And that's the content that I first made before I started teaching people guitar and doing streams. I was like starting from a very humble place of zero. Yeah. What would you add to the song? If I'm not playing the riffs, I'm improvising. What would I add to the song? I'm not playing the riffs, I'm improvising. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the reverb. It's nice. It goes Strymon reverber. You kind of like the guy from Guns N' Roses. Yeah, someone else said that. I mean, it's probably the hair. It's probably the hair and the facial structure. I had a feeling, yeah, it's the waking life. I know after my stream, I was pretty exhausted. I made food and went to sleep. And then the next day was devoted to training, doing another stream. Then I went to my partner's house. So it's like I innately, not a lot of time to watch The Waking Life yet. But it's been on my mind. Yeah, the one thing that popped in my mind was, the Lucid Dream documentary. Interesting. When I play the musical saw, I play touching, tough, existing songs. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. David Matthews, Tim Matthews, and the radio down by the river. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Honestly, goes extremely far, especially if you're like 4 or 5 years in or whatever, or if you find yourself like musically creatively blocked. It goes far to challenge yourself as a musician, like really just challenge yourself. For me, that was learning Andy McKee's song Violin, his Art of Motion, and Drifting was not that difficult, and also learned some of John Gomm's songs. John Gomm, never got through the whole thing, and learned a bunch of Grayson Earhart songs. Songs that to this day I don't actually know how to play start to finish, because that was like 9 years ago. But that was like a huge pivotal moment, was when I learned to really like push myself musically. Yeah. Have you seen the Dune? Yeah, I love Dune. Yeah. I actually improvised over a lot of Dune stuff, like Dune inspired stuff, and recreated a lot of stuff from there. It's really fun. To play to any song, it doesn't matter genre. Technical rap, hard rock, new metal. That's beautiful. I agree, dog. I do the same. 341. Damn, son. All right. As much as I want to keep streaming, probably the next like 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, probably do a close to this. Let's see. I'm kind of curious. Let's see. I don't know if I get a live. I think I have to exit the stream to see how many views. Nice. We're 1250 subscribers. Thank you. Dashboard. Content. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I can't see the ones live. That's cool. I think we're probably at record views. That's probably about. Do you ever get tired of being told you look like Heath Ledger? Nah, never. Not ever once. Honestly, Heath Ledger, like he's such a beautiful soul who's passed away before his time. It's I think that's a beautiful compliment. The physical tape echo is so rad. Huh. A love child of Heath Ledger and Kurt Cobain. Interesting. I don't think I've ever got Kurt Cobain, but I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I just rock the style of whatever. Yeah, no, that's an interesting thought. I know someone told me I look like a singer, like a lead singer from this really dope band. I forget what they're called. Is it First? Not First. No, it's There's one band that made a really dope song that I actually knew of. And I could see it. I looked exactly like the dude for some reason. How about Buckethead or Joe Satriani? How do you feel about Buckethead or Joe Satriani? I mean, not my. I like a few Buckethead songs like Soothsayer and Joe Satriani. He's pretty good. Not really like my style. Like I would listen to him. I love it. This thing's musically. I love every like so many different genres, so many different guitarists. But if I'm being honest of what musically, like what I am influenced by, like what inspires me to integrate their styles into my guitar playing, neither Buckethead or Joe Satriani really does it for me. I mean, nothing wrong with what they do, but yeah, I mean, I specialize in acoustic fingerstyle. I also play electric guitar. Like that's actually where I started was electric guitar. But yeah, no, electric guitar for me, I lean into a lot of like, I'm more like I do like metal, kind of shredding, punk rock, but also psychedelic rock, and also kind of like almost like Ichikanito, like very silky. I do like lots of stuff on the electric guitar, and none of it really is really aligned with those artists. I love those artists though. Absolutely. Peace. Peace, dog. Thank you for chiming in. Yeah. I know this is a long ass stream, so don't feel pressured to like I mean I'm going for watch hours, but dead ass like yeah, there's always gonna be more streams. Roland Space Tape Echo. Interesting. A Roland Space Tape Echo. Oh. What is this? I think I have an idea, but man, there's just so much musical equipment and types of tape echo. Oh, tape recorder. Echo. Huh. Roland Space Echo software. One of the most famous and iconic effect processors, analog tape. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Let's see what this is. So I'm sure it's like a physical. Maybe it's not physical, but I don't know. That's wow. Yeah, that's the thing is I definitely would love to look into a cool pedal of sorts. That being said, I'm really interested in trying to find a plug-in or pedal for vocals. That is like if you don't use Ableton, I'm trying to find a good pedal, or it's not a pedal, a plug-in for vocalizing. Something that could like tastefully maybe stretch out, make an ominous sound. If any of you guys have any idea what good plugins, so it's like you go on Ableton, you install a plugin and allow it to use to like stretch out vocals, maybe create like a little reverb or natural sounds. I'm really into trying to find a good vocal plugin. I think that would be a massive game changer. I don't know if you guys have any idea. How are you gonna call dude a junkie? Who's calling who what? I think I missed that. Yeah, man. I don't know, yeah. So Mark, we're in Scotland. It's nice. For the French band Angine de Poltrine. Can't say I have. Do I know John Butler? I don't know John Butler. I'm not even familiar with the artist personally. French band Angine. I'm gonna type this in my long list of recommendations. Poitrine. I swear one of these days I'm just gonna have to just take an hour and go through all the stuff that I've been recommended, so I can really get into it. Whoa, that's okay. I searched angine. That's like it's showing me French anagrams of the heart. The Masked Quebec Band. Oh, okay. It's taking the internet by storm. They got some wild style. Holy shit. Rooftop Showcase. LA Press. Wow, that's no idea, bro. Happy 311 days. Happy 311 day. Nice. Nice. I could play the Joe Kelly Celtic all day. Nice. To a lot of I get the acoustic part, and that's where they're starting, but I'm recommended Emmanuel Gardner. Oh yeah, I know Emmanuel. I'm almost positive I know who that is. I mean, I know people recommend him frequently, but what is Emmanuel Gardner? Eman. U-L. Gar. It's just rings a bell. Yeah, Gardner. Oh no, someone else I'm thinking of. I know of Emmanuel though. Yeah, yeah. His Sacrifice Me. Yeah, yeah. He's the guitarist to whatever that band is. Yeah, not that familiar with Emmanuel Gardner, but he's pretty tight. People said you look like Axl Rose. Yeah, I've been getting Axl Rose. It's definitely the hair strips. But I've also gotten that, the young Axl Rose, because of the facial muscles. I mean, high praise. That's high praise. I should have clarified the Joe Catriani. Oh, Satriani. Don't enjoy most of his songs. A handful of songs and make are just entertaining. Yeah, yeah. I I know people that really speak heavily or speak highly of Joe Satriani, and Buckethead, of course. But I personally, that's just not my thing. I think they're amazing musicians. They're just not the style that is complementary to my style. What about Days of the New Second album? It's all acoustic. What about the Days of the New Second? Also not familiar. Days of the Second. This is just legendary. The recommendations, though, I can't say. About Days of the New Second. I mean, I don't know if all this music's for me, but that being said, amazing. Like, what an amazing immersion. Days of the New Second. It was the Green Album of Days of the New. Is the second telephone of the American alternative rock Days of the New. I see, I see. Days of the New. Days of the New. Oh, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Days of the Second. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if that... I think it's maybe Days of the New Second. Yeah, I see. It is the one he was talking about. Nice. I'm going to keep that open. I don't know. Man, it just... Yeah. I got all these freaking open tabs. But that's cool. Just some crazy flow. Fierce warrior of a mushroom spirit. Nice. Thank you, brother. I think I have to agree 100%. The mushrooms have just like, they've honored me and I honor them. Yeah. The thing I read about Engine de Portrain was from the Rems, France. Maybe it was incorrect. No, that is, yeah. That's the band that popped up, with some French, like, really trippy band. Weapon in the Wound, or anything, the album, the days, is like rock, but it reminds me you of the being in the medieval castle times. Damn. That sounds incredible. Yeah, I'm gonna click, let's see, Weapon in the Woods. I'm gonna keep it open, but of course I can't click it because I don't want to get copyrighted. I commend you, Marcel. That's a very noble quest, my man. Because I agree. I have many times considered myself an ambassador for mushrooms. Just in the simplest right. I feel like many people, they have like experiences more or less where there's like, I don't know, they maybe feel indifferent or maybe they feel positive or negative or whatever. But I'm the kind of guy that I'm just like, I implore people to like widen their horizons. Like I implore people to like really learn to integrate mushrooms if it is, meant to be in their life. And it's a powerful medicine. Like I strongly... All right. So we're at... I think in the next 5 minutes, we're going to wrap it up. Even though I don't like to leave when there's a room full of people, it's... Yeah. Wow, blaze of glory, spirits. I'm never gonna survive. Yeah. No need to eat bag, sit down in sunset and have an instrument and be. Need to sit back now. I don't know about you, bro, but if I were to eat a bag of mushrooms, I probably would not just be sitting and watching the sunset. I mean, maybe at some point, but I would probably be like wandering around the forests, like philosophizing, going on some sort of adventure, doing lots of dancing. You know, I don't know, like when I do mushrooms, like if I do a high dose of mushrooms, I'm going on a journey, you know, it's, and that journey is like often involving a lot of movements. Do I like Gustavo Santaolalla? I'm not quite sure who that is, actually. Yeah. Gustavo. There's just so many awesome musicians and so little ability to search them all them up. It's just like crazy. This is the point of maybe traveling the world. Gustavo's an Argentine composer, record producer, and musician. Huh. Interesting. Composer. I like how that's the first part of it. Well, that's pretty cool. 2 Academy Awards for Best Original Score, a Golden Globe, and 2 Grammys. Huh. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna keep that. I'll keep Gustavo in my my search engine because that guy seems very legit. Yeah. I'm more into visuals and just close my eyes. Yeah, I very rarely, unless I'm doing like 6+ grams of mushrooms or something, I just don't have visuals. It's always like a very somatic experience. You know, visual distortions, visual hallucination to some degree, maybe, but often it's like a very somatic experience where I'm like unlocking creative breakthroughs, playing music, making deep connections. It's beautiful. Skipped me once again. Angie by Birch. I'm not sure what that. Is there a joke that was made? I mean, if you're referring to the Axl Rose, no jokes, just high praise. This is a stream I would have stumbled to on weed, still enjoying it now without it. Nice. Yeah, no, that's the beauty, I guess, of live streams is you can be, you know, smoking weed or drunk or whatever on mushrooms or something, and you can just enjoy the stream, be a perceiver. Of course, for me, I'm always going to be sober. I mean, I am just sober, but it's like, yeah, it's like whether I'm partying or doing streams, I'm just rocking the sober realm. Even if I were to do psychedelics, I probably wouldn't be streaming. Right. Extreme high doses. Interesting. I mean, you do you, man. Hell yeah. Nice. Searching for hallucinogenic seaweed. Wow. It probably exists, man. Yeah, it probably exists. Do you enjoy the water of the ocean, like the beach of the Caribbean? I very much. Yeah, bro. I spend a lot of time on the beach. Yeah, a lot of time just chilling. There's some nice beaches in Vancouver, but it's nothing like, I'm sure, the Caribbean. I'm sure one of the first few places I'll travel to once I start like traveling, doing the YouTube stuff on the go is a nice tropical place because I fucking love beaches. Stream again. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Brother or sister. What about the DMT frogs? I am very, yes, that's actually, I would say on my list of things that I would desire to engage in, it's probably high up there is Bufo. Yeah, 5-MeO DMT. Probably 5-MeO DMT, mescaline, probably ibogaine, and then ayahuasca is probably on the fourth tier of that list. But if I'm being really honest, but who knows when. That's a sacred journey whenever that occurs. But that's where my interest lies. Do not do ibogaine. It seems intense. I don't know. I would definitely. It's on my list. I don't think I'm gonna have any rush or urgency to do it. If it calls me, then absolutely. A DMT toad pet. That would be an amazing pet. Italy and Greece. Gaussium, amazing water too. Hell yeah. Magic. Croatia Vodis is a nice place. Croatia. I feel like, man, there's so many incredible places, like straight up just tropical areas and beautiful places, but yeah. Magic. All right, I think in the next 5 minutes, we'll hit on the 4-hour mark, we'll put it close to the stream. Yeah, Croatia. Nice. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, there's certain countries that really speak to me, I would say, and some that just people recommend with like a reverence. Croatia, wow. Croatia. Wow, it looks magical, bro. Like, what the Croatia. So where's Croatia? I think I'm saying it wrong. It's a republic and parliamentary democracy. So it's declared independency from Yugoslavia. So it's like it's like a Slavic nation kind of, I imagine. Wow. That's so dope. I know. I'm part Ukrainian, part English, so I'm extremely attracted to any sort of European kind of place. Like I, for some reason, love the idea of Iceland. Iceland. 40 kilometers away. Nice. Very nice. Wicked. Yeah. Wicked. Very nice. Some quotes feel like memories from a life I never lived. I truly love. It's a window into another vibration. Yeah. Very nice. Thank you, Shooting Star. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I agree. I agree. This community, this channel is literally an exact step outside of all those things, very intentionally so. Magic. All right, so we're coming up to the 4-hour mark now, as we are. So thank you so much for chiming in. Deeply appreciate you guys holding space. This has been a beautiful, beautiful stream so far, and yeah, I feel really good about this. Yeah, if you guys are watching and you're new to this channel, welcome. I teach guitar. I do meditative sound journeys among various different styles of content on the road to 4K watch hours, and yeah, it's been great. Yeah. So if this resonates with you, feel free to follow this channel. Yeah. Very nice. Peace. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yo, thank you. I try to just, yeah, just do the thing. It's great. Mad love. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Much love. See you guys in the future. Remember to honor yourself and honor each other. Bless. Ashe.